Flat earth theories getting pounded in the spheres, blinded by denial, but the evidence is clear. Ships sink hull first, ain't no magic trick. Horizon pulling down, yo, science hit quick. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes just out in influence. Can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Gravity's the force pulling truth to the ground. The apples don't fall sideways, we orbit profound. Lunar eclipses, drop shadows and curves embrace. Trying to run from the math, but it smacks the face. YouTube vids clean, conspiracies thrive, but the stars don't lie. They dance and jive. Experiment repeatable, tested, done. Flat claims, flat line under the scientific sun. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resound. Influence, can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Right paths, don't look for a pancake map. Pilots laugh at the claims, leave them in the gap. Gyroscopes hum truths, keep the planes aligned. While first play jigsaw with a missing mind. Right paths, don't look for a pancake map. Pilots laugh at the claims, leave them in the gap. Gyroscopes hum truths, keep the planes aligned. While first play jigsaw with a missing mind. Round we spin, yeah, facts go relentless. Empirical proof, got 'em feeling defenseless. Curious UK globe with rhymes resound. Influence, can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. First, can't dodge these facts I'm pounding. Gravity's the force, pulling truth to the ground. Apples don't fall sideways, we orbit profound. Lunar eclipses, drop shadows and curves embrace. Trying to run from the math, but it smacks the face. Yeah. YouTube vids claim conspiracies thrive, but the stars don't lie, they dance and jive. Experiment repeatable, tested, done. Flat claims, flat line under the scientific sun. Flight paths don't loop for
spinning truth round the axis. That's a factual ride. Flirts fumbling hard, trying to run and hide. We got that gravity pulling, you just drifting through. Science slaps empirical, stick to the glue. Round pound, sharper minds, we probe for the real. History stacked tall, experiments that seal. Curious minds, globe-trot evidence rolls deep. While flirts count shadows, we night sky sweep. Eratosthenes flex with them shadow lines. Measured Earth's curve, no conspiracy signs. Dropping mics like Newton when his apple fell. Maths to beat, y'all theory stale like a cell. Foucault's pendulum swinging to expose. Rotation so true, no flirf can oppose. Telescopes beaming, Copernican frames. Centuries stacking, flirts out of their games. Round pound, sharper minds, we probe for the real. History stacked tall, experiments that seal. Curious minds, globe-trot evidence rolls deep. While flirts count shadows, we night sky sweep. Launching satellites, proof in the pics. Flirts screaming tricks, we dropping data bricks. Physics and logic on a level supreme. It's a curved reality, splitting flirt dreams. Launching satellites, proof in the pics. Flirts screaming tricks, we dropping data bricks. Physics and logic on a level supreme. It's a curved reality, splitting flirt dreams.
Hey people, how's it going? Welcome in to Curious UK Debunks, where the derpy dirt just doesn't stop. We have a little laugh and see what's going on. So how's everybody going? Nice to see some people in here. Hey Calder, how's it going? Unfortunately, see you in there. Albrox, how's it going, buddy? Jay Gill, nice to see you. What else we got in here? I think we got let's see, Conspiracy Music Studios in here, guys. Steel City JW, nice to see you. And Flat Earth Dave interviews. I seen that I think it was at Wattcast was covering up was on is live right now, or was live, covering Flat Earth Dave trying to help some girl with schoolwork or something like that. I really hope that she was doing an interview and like doing some sort of report on flat earthers and not like actually learning from Dave Weiss, because that was not going to end well for her at all. Fuck, that was scary. Yeah, so I really hope that that was not the case there. Right, so a few things going on here. I'm gonna check out tonight. We're gonna go on to the we're gonna kind of continue on. If you see the title of the thumbnail of my video here, I'm gonna crack on a little bit with some of SCUM. Let's just call him SCUM. That's what he is. And with Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind, Unchained Mind. And we're going to check out what later on he got to talk a little bit about the Charlie Kirk stuff. This thought, a little bit different. It's still kind of flat earth, but a little bit different. Let's try and mix it up a little bit here and see how it goes over. If it doesn't go over well, then we'll just go on to something else, right? We'll maybe check out some of the Pac-Man freaking world shit, or we can. I don't know if anybody's seen the Red Rhetoric versus Catzoid. I mean, well, it was entertaining to listen to. There really wasn't much in there. Pretty much that Catzoid just contradicted himself the whole entire time and didn't realize it, and then accused Red's Rhetoric of contradicting himself until eventually he rage quit. There you are. Okay, well, that's the whole debate. Yeah. Yeah, and don't forget, if you're in here, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet, right? All right, hit that bell so you know I'm going to go live. I put up videos and stuff like that. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun here and see what we can do. So, a couple things here. I'm gonna do a little bit of something extra. Let's see here, up on that. Turn it on. All right. So, let's move this over here. All right, so I don't know if you noticed the bottom of the screen there. I have the Critical Think. I've kept that up since the Streamathon, see where he's at. But here we are. This is Critical Think. I just went on just to kind of check out, see where he's at. This is his where he's at right now. So he's at 60%, and we're at 41,051 Australian dollars. But as you can see, this seems to be. I wasn't sure. There's one thing that's checking this is to see below. Got a new setup here again. Hopefully the stream goes a little smoother this time. I had some issues last time. I was trying to run use a second laptop for a second screen, and then I found out after that stream, because I was watching my bitrate drop down. I'm still dropping some frames. And I noticed things were kind of choppy, and the computer wasn't too happy with me. So I've got myself a second screen, so I'm running a screen instead of a laptop, see if that works better. Still dropping some frames per second, but we'll keep an eye on that. I don't know what I'm at for my health here, but we'll check it out. All right. So yeah, that was a Critical Think. Seeing you doing it right there. Oh, crazy! Yeah, so Conspiracy Music Studios thinks you finally found out a new angle idea for next music video, which is nice. Nice. Yes, Mr. Google Dog, Mr. 11 Frames, and it was pretty much Red's Rhetoric held Flatzoid to the fire. We speak to the fire about the whole 11 Frames thing, and while Keith tried to run several times, he just kept one thing Red's is really good at is he'll keep on a subject, he'll just keep hammering away at it. And he'll just keep hitting it. He does not get distracted. He's pretty focused on that. So another quick thing here. So that's critical think. So we're at that. He's getting there. So 68%. So that's pretty cool. That. Another thing I wanted to show you real quick. And here we are. See how this works out. So I did say I was going to do this thing here where I had clear night, which I finally got some clear nights here. So I ran out before the stream, took some pictures of the stars. Now I used, see if I can find it here. I used this scope here. Right. So this is my kid's little scope. So you can see here, this guy here. And it's just something we got her years ago, my eldest daughter, and she never used it. So I ran out. and I took pictures. I just set it on top of a wheelie bin, and I used my phone. Now, I'm going to use next time when I didn't have it charged. I have this old Galaxy S6, right? So I thought, let's try to go as close to what Mikey has. I think Mikey's using the F20, S20 FE or something like that. So I'll use this guy, one little single lens. I didn't think it was night mode. What I did use in these ones here, this one here was from my S24 Ultra, right? And I did use night mode. So because I'm trying to do close to what the Mikey does. And I found some random stars. Don't know which stars they are. I wasn't really bothered. This obviously has a very basic mount. It goes up and down, and you have to turn the whole mount, the whole thing, if you want to turn it side to side. So pretty basic. Pretty better for looking at the moon, but whatever. Or bird watching. So we're going to try the Mikey Smith method and see if we can see the stars and see what we can see. Now, what I was wanting to do is I wanted to see if I could simulate what Mikey got with his, with the lines and stuff. And I can't really do that. Now, what I was doing with this is I don't have a mount. This isn't the eyepieces on this are really tiny. They're not like 1 1/4 inch, like would be from my regular scope. So I just had to hold the phone up there and put it in night mode and hold it steady as I can. I leaned against the vehicle, so I was staying pretty steady. So this is what shots you can kind of get, right? So kind of looks like Mikey's. And the idea behind this, I just wanted to see if I could simulate what Mikey Smith is getting. So there's the scope. Yeah, there's the way. So I'm really curious on how the hell is he getting all that bull crap. So as you can see, they're not. Let's see. They're definitely. It's definitely not the best, right? No, or was I trying to do my best? That's the whole idea. So here's a few stars that I did that kind of looked like what Mikey Smith had. And I'm doing kind of the same method he does, where he goes on, takes a, I did one where I actually did zoom the camera in a bit. So you can kind of see, the only thing is I still think I'm a bit more focused than he is. I think I need to go out of focus a bit. Not so much the camera, but I think my telescope. I think my telescope a bit more too focused in. That's too much of a point source, I think. Still too much of a point of light, but we're kind of getting close to what Mikey has, I think. Remember, this is obviously very low optics, low quality optics, not the best, and definitely not the best method of even doing it. So here's when I did focus in a bit more. So the Mikey would claim this is probably the firmament here, and I'm kind of getting there. I'm getting that line that he gets. So yeah, I'm gonna mess with this. I want to see if I can simulate what he gets. And we all know it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Yeah. But this I ran out quickly for the stream and tried to see if I could get this this view. So there's my my thumbnail. Okay. Right. So that was just a quick little thing just to kind of see if I could simulate that. I'm gonna try a bit more and see if I can. I might have to take the telescope slightly out of focus, or I might have to mess with the phone. I say I am going to try a lower quality phone with an S. Let's get off that for a second. I'm going to try a lower quality phone with an S6, with obviously just a much lower quality camera on it, and we'll try to see. I did run out to try to get this, but it died on me. I had it turned off, fully charged, and one of the kids must be playing with it and had it turned on. So, but yeah. So where are we at here? Right. All right, so on to the all right, see you later, Conspiracy Music Studios. Nice for you to drop in, buddy. Yeah, I'll look forward to hearing your next music. That's always fun. It's always a good laugh. So, always appreciate you hitting the thumbs up. Yeah, for sure. All right, mate. So what we are going to do now is I'm going to... We're going to head over to the main event here. And that is this near the end, after Mikey Smith had done all his spiel and everything like that. And everybody's like, ooh, oh, wow, Mikey, you're so smart. Mikey, you showed the firmament. It is so good. Wow, look at those stars. They look so good. We never have looked at a single star in our whole life, but yeah, that looks pretty right because, well, you said so, so it must be a good Mikey. Like, that's pretty much all they fucking did, so yeah. Cognitive bias, and more cognitive bias. Now we're going to get into something. They kind of go off flat earth completely. This Mikey ends up, sits there for a bit, he dips, he takes off. I've noticed that my my live here is not freaking popping up. I don't know what the hell's going with this. I need to figure. I got live on my OBS, but it's not actually showing up on my stream itself. It's saying something went wrong. It does it quite a bit. There's something I'm doing wrong. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I have to figure it out. So, right. So we'll he keeps doing that shit. I'm just not gonna have my live chat up on the side of the screen there because it's just taking up room. Right. Okay. So we're gonna check this out here, and I'm gonna get into a bit. I want to touch on a few points. One thing I'm going to do here, just to try to make it less painful for the rest of us, so we're going to boost up the speed a little bit. Okay, maybe not quite that. Let's go 1.135. Okay, all right.
These false flags and shit. I think they're making it really painfully obvious. I really do. I think they're making it painfully obvious. They want us to know that there's some bullshit going on. They really do. But you got to watch how they run the psyops within the psyops. Okay, so here's this thing, and we presume that Charlie Kirk is shot. I've got some video. I'm probably not going to show it, but I'm going to put the link down for you people to look at here later as I get to it. But from this one angle, when he leans forward, you can see there's something down here under his shirt like a blood pack. And the way that when he gets supposedly shot, it comes right up out of that exact area of his shirt. Now, the people that were viewing it from front on.
Now, why the hell would they have a blood pack way down in there when we know it went through his carotid artery on the opposite side, and you can see it? I mean, I'm not going to show the videos either myself. I've seen the full video. I've seen it not too long after it happened. There's a friend of mine that sent it to me last week during the live stream, and I checked it out just after. And yeah, you could definitely tell that was arterial bleed. Like it was, and in fact, there's more footage that's come up apparently from the other side, from the side, and you can see everything. So it's it's if you want to find it, it's out there.
Said that he got hit in the chest and they saw a blood spot. That's not what we saw on camera. And it's kind
No, everybody there said this unit go through his neck.
of different from each one of these angles, which indicates to me that I think it was a mixture of CGI with, special effects like that, a blood pack, a squib, what they call, because a 30-06 would have ripped through there. It would have been really devastating to him.
It did, and it was devastating. And there was like 2,000 people there watching, I believe. I was just trying to look up real quick here to see what it said. If there's a quick thing. I believe they said there was several thousand people there. Here.
Now, within minutes of a gunman opening.
Don't want that. So if you where mouse, come back here. Just a quick thing. here's the thing. This is showing how many people were there that seen it happen live, personal. Yeah, apparently Som, the a convicted felon who should not even own a firearm, but claims he does all the time anyways. And I believe FTFE phoned and talked to the feds about this, and so rather interesting. I'm not convicted once, but convicted several times. You can find his criminal records online, and he apparently owns and talks about his firearms all the time. But yeah, But this is all the people that seen it live. So you want to tell me that somehow they CGI'd something in front of 2,000 people live while it's happening? Yeah. So this is just a quick thing kind of talking about it. So all these people are at the rally, and I think it even goes further. So I'd like someone to explain to me how they fooled CGI or something in front of all these people, every single person, and they would have heard the shots as well. It wasn't like it was have silence or anything on it. So I do find it amazing if Larry say shit, because I think Som's one of those people that he believes any conspiracy theory. So I just thought that was a bit sick of him saying that, but we'll go on with this here.
And they've cleared up the whole site. They never recovered any bullet. I mean, what the fuck are they doing? They immediately started cleaning up the booth and shit. Like, as soon as they took Charlie Kirk away, there was a camera mounted in that tent right behind him, and the guy just comes up and takes it away. Some random dude.
Yeah, because that was probably fucking evidence. That was probably one of the feds came and took because they were taking that to get evidence of what was on that camera. It would have had an SD card or something in it. Like, yeah, they took the evidence to go and analyze and to look and see what they could find, because they were looking to find out who had done it from what different, and that was one of the angles. Like, yeah, and what? I think you think somebody's been in jail and involved the police that much, I have some idea about how the freaking police work. Shit.
I'm like, what in the fuck is going on here? But none of this shit is adding up.
These connections keep getting.
Oops, my bad.
These connections keep getting weirder and weirder.
Oh yes, of course, TicTok, the source of so much really good journalism, and everything on there is 100% true. Sure, yeah, because TikTok.
So right at the end of this press conference where Kash Patel announces that they caught Charlie Kirk's killer, Tyler Robinson, Kash Patel ends it with Charlie Kirk, I'll see you in Valhalla.
Do you realize you probably said that because he thought he was a fellow warrior in God, and you think of warriors, Vikings, Valhalla. Valhalla is like a heaven for warriors, somebody who dies in battle, dies facing his enemy, goes to Valhalla.
Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest down, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Now, what's interesting is that one of the pictures that they put out of Tyler Robinson shows Tyler Robinson in his bedroom next to his computer. On the computer is a picture of an island. That island is called Goat Island, and it's located in New Zealand, that has a retreat called Valhalla. Isn't that weird?
You know what's weird? You know what? Okay, hold on, guys. There's a bar in York. It's called Valhalla. Maybe he said he's going to meet him there for a pint. Oh no! Holy crap! Maybe they're not going to New Zealand. No, they have them all freaking duped. He's going to York, England, and they're going to sit there and have a pint in a place called Valhalla. How fucking stupid is that? Like, well, let's just reach. Oh, because he has a picture of New Zealand or something. Maybe the guy liked New Zealand. Maybe he was just maybe he was a freaking college student. He was probably doing some freaking research or something like that. Bullshit. Oh, I was freaking stretching there. Hello, Canadian Space Advocate. How's it going, buddy?
That's just weird. These connections keep.
I've also heard that they have a thing that they call Valhalla or witness relocation.
And so have you've seen the coffin one, right?
Yeah,
So both hands look like they're like Halloween fake arms or something.
latex. You're like latex or mannequin hands or something.
Yeah.
And the fingers of his wife, 33. It's just all over the place.
This guy just believed any of the most freaking stupid garbage you can find. Like, holy shit. Oh, look, my things decided to start working. My live chat. Hey, look at that. What the hell?
He's everywhere.
Oh, yeah. And that's what I say. They're making this painfully freaking obvious. Okay?
Yeah,
and they're making the Israel connection painfully freaking obvious, I think, too. Why? What are they trying to foment? Because you've got, like, Trump is acting really fucking crazy here the last day or two. Really crazy. Threatening reporters. Hold
on. Trump's always threatening reporters. And reporters isn't like, did you not see him like freaking like 8 years ago when he was on that and he's always going on about freaking TNN or like ESPN? ESPN. What the fuck? He's on. He was always, there's certain ones he hated, called them fake news. You're fake news. You're fake news. You're fake news. Always. Like he's seeing this a new thing. Trump freaking losing his shit on different reporters or different like news agencies he doesn't like. Isn't that why Trump got freaking booted off X or Twitter at the time? And started his own freaking social media called Truth or something like that because he was always going on about how everything was fake news. Like crap. Yeah, exactly. Trump is always acting crazy. That's Trump's default.
and Pam Bondi coming out and talking about locking people up for hate speech and shit and trying to use some obscure, twisted.
I think they might bring soon Project Bluebeam. Maybe because Rapture will have.
Well, Albrax, I don't know. I think some of it you gotta think with Trump. I think some of it's a bit theater. I think he does stuff because it's a bit of a show. He knows what people want. You don't know how people are behind closed doors, right? So, I don't know.
Happen. That's my assumption. So they will bring Project Bluebeam. They will explain that the aliens.
What, Rapture?
Yeah.
I don't think there's going to be no Rapture. I don't
know.
I don't think.
Because look, if this is a Rapture, Psalm ain't going friggin' there. Tell you what, where's Jerry Solve? Jerry Fletcher. Oh, there you are. That's his name, Jerry Fletcher. I don't think old Jerry Fletcher is going up if there's a Rapture. I just don't. I've still heard the stuff he says and the way he is. That boy ain't going to the pearly gates.
Everybody's just going to start flying up to heaven. That don't make it.
Anyway, what I say is that probably they will bring aliens, so-called, and they create global alliance to create real new world order, one government. So, and they want to bring Antichrist. So they want to say the Antichrist is Jesus coming back to Earth, and it will be fake Jesus, of course. That might be the case.
Maybe. I don't know.
Even the flirps are like, yeah, okay, whatever. That was just too much freaking dirt green for them.
No, man, they're really wanting to make this obvious. They really
I've seen as well one video where a guy took the video of the right hand side of the Charlie Kirk. There was like a black dot on his head.
Well, said, the F on his shirt fucking disappeared too, where it said freedom. Yeah. The F just completely disappeared. And I'm like, wait a minute.
They're talking about like screenshots from freaking videos in which there's movement, and there's going to be a little bit of digital distortion, like because you talk digital cameras or maybe slightly, probably even zoomed in into a cropped into an image on that's probably a wider angle. So yeah, it's going to probably lose a little bit of data on that. So yeah, like small details like a shirt moving it's going to be blurred. Like shit, it's not disappearing. It's there's movement in that, idiots.
Wait a minute.
It's a lot of inconsistencies in the videos, in everything what they show. So anyway, what this guy was saying is that maybe that was a really short wound to the head, and that's why the blood spilled so much, because it was exit wound, because it ripped out the chest. Or maybe it was the Hollywood prop.
It was a Hollywood prop. Nobody got any blood on them, not on their clothes, nothing, just carrying this guy out. No blood trail.
There was a massive trail. What the hell is he talking about? Like I think, well, these are all flat earthers. They don't actually do any research. Their research is they watch a few TikTok videos and a few of their favorite conspiracy videos on YouTube and think that's it. They've done the research. There was a massive trail. I've seen from them carrying him out and putting him in the van. There was stuff. It was everywhere. You could look and go, "There's no way he was surviving that," and he didn't. I'm pretty sure he made it to the hospital. They tried to revive him, but he was done. It was over. The poor guy.
None whatsoever. They carry his coffin at this angle, right? And then the excuse they made for it was the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard in my life. And I'll be showing you that here in a minute too.
What angle? What angle is he talking about? I'm gonna check this out. My computer will go. Kirk. All right, yeah. In fact, just a little thing. Today was actually Charlie Kirk's funeral, by the way. And I can bring that up real quick here. I have to give you something. What a freaking thing it was. Canadian Space Advocate was like, there's a 30% chance of a launch from Newfoundland before 6:30 to 12:30 p.m. 5 a.m. to 10:30 Eastern, 80% on Tuesday. Oh yeah. Hey, it's going to SMO Ben Spoon. How's it going, buddy? Nice to see you. Just a little thing. Obviously, Trump was there, but here's Charlie Kirk. This is some outside. I mean, I just finished having to say goodbye to my mother-in-law. And I know my wife would have loved to have had something like this, like the turnout. She thought every single person in the world should be crying because of her, because obviously, a lost loved one. Man, that is insane. And apparently inside, I seen a picture inside the church or whatever they had. It was huge. And just in case, just for solve, by the way, if you don't think Charlie Kirk is gone, yeah, it was an open coffin, by the way. And here's his wife crying over his coffin. So yeah, I don't think it was not that, you think this is gonna be a conspiracy, think if they're trying to hide something, they would have had a closed coffin, right? And it's going, oh no, we can't do that, or the family, blah blah blah. Dude, it was an open coffin. They're not going to show his face in here, but the family, the people were there. People seen it. His wife was there. That's him getting that medal that Trump said about the memorial service. So yeah. Often. Not much there, Ben Spoon. We're just checking out SOV or SCUM, whatever. What the fuck we call him? Jerry. Talking about talking about the Charlie Kirk being assassinated. This was a continuation from when Mikey Smith was on there talking, showing all his crap. And I just thought I'd get into a little bit of further on that and kind of cover this a bit. Mainly the fact is that Sam doesn't think that Charlie Kirk was actually assassinated, and he's trying to peddle BS. Right. This is I don't know. He's talking about the reason for carrying it. They're carrying by the hands, and obviously depending on the height of the people, taller people are going to carry higher up than people lower. So I don't want this to play because TikTok doesn't like my phone. I think very much. I don't see what Saul was saying about how they carried his coffin. This is when they're carrying it to Air Force 2 or something like that. Putting it on. So here, I don't. Does anybody see anything? I know I've carried a couple. My step grandfather passed away. I was one of the pallbearers. Obviously, I was at my mother-in-law's just recently. I've been at a couple grandparents' ones. This doesn't look anything shifty, other than the fact is like it's a little bit tilted here because we got person on one side carrying it perhaps higher than the other side. Oh, it's because JD Vance has got his hand on there and he's pushing it down, so that side's coming down because the guy's holding the load of Vance, his is kind of pushing back, but his is pushing down. It's not that hard, right? This is why he's saying that there's some dodgy freaking way of carrying it. Do they just find the most random bullshit things just to try to claim? It makes no fucking sense whatsoever. They think there's conspiracy in every little fucking thing. Like, they think there's conspiracy in every little thing.
Yeah. But I mean, this is fucking insane. Now they've uncovered a thing where the FBI was targeting right-wing groups like Charlie Kirk's.
Now the thing, that the America cannot be taken from the outside. It has to be taken from the inside.
They're doing it. They've already done it. They've already fucking done it.
I know, but they want to make a civil war between the people. So that's why I think...
Now, do you think that the government wants the country ripped apart? And like that, do you think do these guys not ever looked into the last American Civil War and how freaking destructive that was? How much that nearly ripped that country to shreds? And that was years ago when they're literally using freaking barrel loaded freaking gun. Using ball bearings with gunpowder packed in, had to pack it onto the muzzle loaders. That was barrel loaders, muzzle loaders. Like, come on, just think about it. Like, back in the days, like that, and then that was a civil war, and then they finally made it through that, but it tore the country in half. This last thing any country wants is civil war. They're not trying to cause civil war; they're trying to avoid it, for crying out loud. That's why they've been going on telling people not to go over the top of this.
Before, it was, I think, 1 day or 2 days before, they shown that the black guy was stabbed the woman in the supposedly.
And I don't think that was real neither. You know what? I don't think that was real neither.
Me neither, to be honest.
No, and there's a reason they want us to see it. Think about this.
What does you think was real?
People. So that's why I think before, it was, I think, 1 day or 2 days before, they shown that the black guy was stabbed the woman in the supposedly.
And I don't think that was real neither. You know what? I don't think that was real neither.
Me neither, to be honest.
No, and there's.
But that's funny because there's loads of witnesses there that freaking see it and rush to her. Obviously not the people sitting around her, and I don't know why that was. Why about the 3 or 4 people that were sitting right there didn't rush to go help her, but people seen the guy was walking around with stuff dripping off the end of his weapon, and then they finally clicked on and followed the trail and seen some girl there like falling off, and it gets bad. There is a video in which you see everything because they say there's no blood. There was a lot, and what happens because she got it across the chest here. First, it was reported in the neck, but it was just below here, and she had a black shirt. You couldn't see it seeping through until you see her fall off, and then there's a pool. It goes everywhere, and people ran and tried to help her, and that was devastating, and people were there, and they seen it, and they seen the aftermath, and they seen the guy go off, and they seen the weapon. There's so much evidence. How can you say that didn't fucking happen? Like, holy shit.
There's a reason they want us to see it. Think about this. There's
a reason why to see it. It was a freaking security camera on the train. Because guess what, Saul? Freaking trains have fucking security cameras, you dickhead.
Every time some shit like this goes down, they scrub it off of the internet because it's offensive, or they put a blur thing over it saying caution, this is disturbing images, or some shit like.
And they did. You can find uncensored ones, but most of the ones of that girl, are censored. And this, for anybody who's not familiar, they're talking about this case here. I don't know if it'll show, but you can see the images, and they blur when he makes contact here. It's blurred out. You can find ones that are not, but they're hard to find. But yeah, and I don't know why these people here watch it all happen, but they do. Oh, and by the way, for just anybody like saw, yeah, that is him unfolding a large pocket knife. By the way, just in case nobody wants to admit it. But no, it did happen, 100%. Can't believe these guys are saying this shit.
Like that, right? Not this. This is out there everywhere for everybody to see. They want people to see this shit because they want people to get enraged and go along with the narrative that they're selling. That is, it's a good reason for Donald Trump to be putting military into these cities. Look at the shit that's going on. Look at these leftist wackos assassinating people and these trans Tifa. Yeah. I wonder if Brenda's part of Tran Tifa. I don't know. We'll have to look into it. It sounds like this is about.
I wonder why these guys even referring to Brenda. She's not even there. Like this. He just doesn't freaking like. He takes a shot, especially her all the time, man. I freaking Jerry's got such a thing. Jerry is in like SCUM, as in Saw, whatever the fuck calls himself.
About this other thing.
We also found out, specifically from Chuck Grassley, that an FBI whistleblower came to him and revealed an FBI project called Arctic Thrust that targeted groups like Charlie Kirk's TPUSA. This is a bombshell, and this is not a surprise here. I mean, we saw what happened with Roger Stone, with James O'Keefe, both friends of mine, raided by the FBI. Why were journalists and pundits and political consultants raided by the FBI? You think they weren't watching the TPUSA? You think they weren't watching Charlie Kirk investigating him, trying to figure out anything he has done illegally in order to stop him, in order to target him, in order to get rid of the...
Look, any organization like Charlie Kirk's, any organization like that, the authorities, especially if it starts getting big, like his was quite, it was quite big, TPUSA, they're going to be investigating and looking into them a little bit to kind of see what they're up to and make sure they're not some sort of like national security threat. Like they're not they're not some sort of like weird dodgy cult. They're not promoting things they shouldn't be promoting. So yeah, I wouldn't doubt, and I bet you Charlie Kirk was probably more than happy to have them look into it if they had nothing to hide. So yeah, the FBI was probably looking into them because they're a big organization and they need to make sure they're not doing some crazy radical crap. Yeah, Canadian Speech Advocates, they should have had DP Debunk saying, that ain't no knife. Now this is a knife. Yeah. I mean, what was a small little knife? Man? I used to have some decent ones years ago. Before I came to the UK, I had like a collection of knives and storage and stuff. I had a big epitome in my 20s. Well, actually younger. I was in Cub Scouts for years and stuff, and we did a lot of different things with knives and how to use them and doing different things. And I had a decent sized pocket knife since I was a kid, the biggest I could find, the Scout catalog. And then I got to think, I had loads of swords, knives, freaking machetes, had it hung up on the wall, all pretty fancy ones. So, yeah. Yeah, that little pocket knife. Well, good for good little tool to have on you. I wish I could carry one around the UK because I have like a nice little one I used to carry with me all the time in Canada because it's always handy. You know how many times you get some of those freaking packages and stuff and buying something and want to open it up? How many times you use a knife or a screw or try to pry something open? And I've never had it for anything nefarious, only because they're a handy tool to have on you. It kind of ticks me off. I can't have one here. So
the number one grassroots organization that was organizing young people around this country to be more right-wing and Republican and have more Christian values. You think they weren't when they were going after parent-teacher school conferences? They were going after pro-life activists. They were going after anyone with any type of impact in society. And it wouldn't surprise me if we were even in this Arctic Thrust type of operation. Now, this is the disappointing part with Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. Go after these people. Clearly, they violated their positions of power. They're still working at the FBI. They still probably will be working at the FBI if Donald Trump leaves office or if you guys leave office. Fire them! Hold them accountable. Clearly, they violated the law. They went after people because of their political thoughts and ideology.
Okay, so now.
It's different investigating a large group and going after a large group. Investigating and looking into seeing what they're up to is, and just making sure that there's nothing nefarious is one thing. Going after is, trying to drum things up and harassing or like that. There's a difference.
We don't even need to see the rest of that. Luke Rudowski, of course, is controlled opposition.
All right, am I back on now? Crap. OBS is suddenly disconnected for some whatever reason. All right. Am I live? No, not live. Am I live again? All right. I don't know what's happening. OBS suddenly decided to disconnect and reconnect. So I have no idea what the issue is. And I got a kitty here who wants attention. Hello, kitty cat. You want to say, come on, come say hello. It's not just MC Tuna has kitties. This is my kitty, Salem. What do you want? I think he wants to be held. Hello. You want attention? Okay, you want attention? Yep. Okay. Oh, yeah. No, you don't need to. Okay. No, it's not Max's attack cat. No, he's pretty well mannered. He's always been. He's my little buddy. This one. He's a good little hunter though. He takes out the rat, keeps the rats down, and gets the odd bird once in a while. But he's a little rat cat. He likes climbing trees. He's definitely a climber. Yeah, he wants out, so he wants. He's not getting out. It's just to stay in the night. You're out all day. You don't need to be out all night. No, you get in fights. He does like to get into the old cat scrap though. That's for sure. No, he's the opposite of Max's cat. This one, he just wants to come for a cuddle. Okay. Hello. Yes. Okay. Can I finish? Can I finish doing what I'm doing? Yeah. Okay. No. Don't need to do that. Salem, would you mind? Okay. Look, I've already given you double dinner for crying out loud. What are you doing? You're knocking my earpiece out. What are you doing? Alright, are you gonna stay up there? No, don't stay up there. Right, okay. He's decided he's gonna be a pain in the ass. Happy pain in the ass. You can hear him purring, but he's gonna rub on things. Stay up there. Just stay there and behave. Okay. Where was I? All right.
Shit for a long time. Okay.
Question. Let me interrupt you. How you can become fucking from the anarchist, become the supporter of Trump?
Right.
How the fucking it can happen? It cannot.
Well, I met him.
All right. He's decided to jump down, lay down beside me. So I don't know why he had to go that route up my shoulder and couldn't just walk on my lap. But cats, they do their things.
In 2010.
Back in the time, he was a different guy.
Yeah, I met him. He was at Bilderberg too. He was at Bilderberg. Mark Dice was there. A bunch of these guys. And yeah, I've watched it. And, well, Rudowski.
Mikey seems to have just like zoned out. That's it. Gone. Nope. This is too. This stuff is a little too highbrow for him. He's out. Checked out.
You think? Full of shoe.
Yep. That's my take on him as well.
And Roger Ledwell.
Yeah, here's Trump. He's been a real ass. There was a reporter asked him, said, should a president in office be engaged in so much business activity? And then Trump says, where are you from? Reporters.
He left out a whole thing. The quote was actually, they asked if Trump should engage in a lot of business activity, and Trump went, my kids are in the businesses. They're doing it. I'm not involved in the businesses right now as a president. My kids are running them all. And then he asked where. Then the guy kept pressing, and then so Trump asked who he's from, and when he said, he went right. Well, you're not making it look good because he's pressing on something and going into things that he's already been pressed. He's already asked a question. Trump's giving an answer, but he's trying to pry into his private life. But Trump is quite honest. He said, "Look, there, and there, you can look into it. His kids are running the businesses."
It says Australia. Trump says, You are hurting Australia very much right now. I will tell you about this to your leader. The reporter says, excuse me, and Trump says, be quiet.
No, exactly. Trump asked where he's from. He said whatever network and in Australia. And Trump, well, I'm talking to you. He says you're not making your country look very good. Then Trump went to go talk to somebody else. He kept asking, and Trump told him to be quiet because then Trump was letting somebody else ask a question, and the fellow was talking over top of another reporter, and Trump told him to shut up, be quiet. Somebody else is asking a question. He's answered his question. So Solve twisting things to make things look a certain way because Solve doesn't like the government. I think it could have been anybody. Solve wouldn't like them. So I'm surprised he actually doesn't like Trump because you think Solve would be more on the right wing than being left, but. I think there's any government he doesn't like.
What the fuck do you think he is? Listen to this fucking idiot.
Albrox, Mikey's there because this was the beginning part of this. The first hour was Mikey presenting his astrophotography bullshit, and them going ooh ah at they seeing the firmament and how stars look and shit like that. So so Mikey's just kind of sitting there, just kind of, inside, the monkey's going, and Mikey's just sitting there going, do, thinking about, grinding his toe again, bathing this cat when he's in snorkel gear, stuff like that.
Well, I'm really not. My kids are running the business. I'm here. You know what the activity? Where are you from? I'm from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, Four Corners Program. The Australians, you're hurting Australia, right? In my opinion, you are hurting Australia very much right now, and they want to get along with me. Your leader is coming over to see me very soon. I'm going to tell him about you. You said a very bad tone. Well, go ahead, John. Okay, maybe you can say a nice. The UAE does a deal. What in return? Quiet, Mr. President. What a president in office.
He got his question out and he didn't answer it, and then.
No, he did answer it. They left out the part where Trump said his kids are running. His son, I think his son and his daughter or sons are running the businesses.
That was his way of just snuffing him for not answering it. That's all.
Another point about the Mark Dice, he has around 2 million followers, and he was saying that during the shooting, Charlie Kirk shooting, he had a bulletproof vest, and the bullet bounced from the vest.
No,
he didn't have.
I got a picture of him sitting there.
Yeah.
You can clearly see his nipple right through the t-shirt.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So he's as well controlled position 100%. I'm saying that since many years.
These people get caught up in the fucking emotion of it to the point where they want it to be real so they can still feel bad and mourn. I'm serious. You run into this fucking shit. And people get so caught up in the emotion, in the wave of emotion that they're orchestrating on you. Let's look at it realistically. There ain't nobody here that knows Charlie Kirk. Nobody here ever knew him. Nobody here ever knew his wife. Okay? You don't really have any vested relationship with him.
No, but there are people who have spoken up who do and did know Charlie Kirk and do know his wife. There's a few people I've actually I've watched as of lately who very well have knew Charlie Kirk, had interacted with him, been around him. Fellow from Australia that Charlie Kirk had they've spoken quite a bit, and I think Charlie Kirk's been out there and they spent time together, as well as several other people. So who actually fully opened up and talked about the things of what's happened and what happened with Kirk and everything. So yeah. I'm just looking something up because they said Charlie Kirk didn't have a bulletproof vest. Well, hold on here, because here's a shot of Charlie Kirk at that thing from the side. This is when he was tossing the hats to people, and I think right there, they're saying that is a bulletproof vest that he had a vest on, which he would have. What person in his position wouldn't have had some sort of at least chest protection or something, just in case somebody did try to take a shot? Now, somebody got a shot where obviously you can't cover it up, but most people It definitely has something underneath there. I mean, you said you could see his nipple through it, but I mean, here's a shot here. You can't see anything. That's pretty. And it's not. Obviously, these are just images. I'm just seeing that maybe he did hit and the bullet came. If let's just say, I only from my limited knowledge, I have a little bit of knowledge of ballistics and stuff like that. I've shot several times and I've ricocheted off things. So if it did hit and then ricocheted, if it hit here and then ricocheted up, I don't know how it happened actually, unless it's fragmented, unless it's frack or something like that. Or unless the guy did, I wouldn't say 2 shots, but unless there was just something on this top. Hard to say. And it's blurred out here. Abrox is still seeing JW is like, oh, I hope when Solve passes away, people think it's fake or hoax. Probably. Oh, look at Panel of Geniuses. I know. Calder's like, fuck yeah, I never scored. Not that Mikey's case will get any that far. No, Mikey's case won't get that far. As soon as he gets it filed, it's just gonna file for a motion to have dismissed due to being a frivolous or vexatious suit. So yeah, it's bullshit that. But yeah, it looks like Charlie Kirk did have a vest on, which I wouldn't be surprised. Position he was in, I would think any of these things, and you get enough threats, and I imagine Charlie Kirk was getting a lot of threats, for his life. He would have had something. He definitely would have had something on. So I don't know how good. Maybe he only had basic armor on. Maybe he only had something that would only up to a point that would only stop maybe small arms up to a certain, because you can get ones that only stop up to 9 mil for like that. There's a certain amount. Anything over that can actually penetrate through it. Depends on how thick do you want to wear. How thick of body armor. Obviously, the thicker you are, you can see it more. It's more comfortable. It's hot. Blah blah blah. So, yeah.
Yes, it's sad when anybody gets killed, and if it happens, and for such a thing. Okay, but you can clearly see that this is being done for a purpose. Now, the interesting thing, you know about the book that came out, right? The book that came out and published the day before, yes, September the 9th. In that book, in the excerpts to it, it has him surviving. And that he went on to continue his speaking tours because he wasn't going to let something like that hinder free speech. So did they change the narrative? What was supposed to go on, midstream, maybe even unbeknownst to him? Maybe he was going to do this as like a publicity thing to get himself bigger, and they used it.
But so what? Solve is relying on some fan fiction book or something like that? What the fuck? What book? So somebody wrote some fan fiction, or somebody wrote some book in which Charlie Kirk was like, there's an attempt, but he survived. Maybe the guy who did this, and he decided that he would, he's going to go for the, I don't know. It sounds stupid, like freaking hell. Some fan fiction book. But then flat earthers think that movies show reality, so they're always talking about the freaking that one with about the Truman Show. They always talk about Truman Show. These guys refer to the Truman Show. The freaking Truman Show was a movie. And Truman Show, if nobody can even think about it, the size of the building are in, it could be seen from fucking space. It was that big. And what? It took one person born in it to finally figure out something was wrong. But nobody's figured out that they're that we're being lied to after thousands of years. Like, hey, Real Cygnus, how's it going, buddy? Nice to see you in.
It is an opportunity to take the character out because he was talking shit about Israel. I don't know, or maybe him talking shit about Israel is part of the game too.
Unfortunately, it's like it's an AI generated book, self-published on Amazon right after, but the date said it was the day before. Amazon pulled the book and said it was a mistake. All right, so there you are. So it was a AI self-generated AI generated book, self-published on Amazon. Oh, but they got the date wrong. All right, but isn't that pretty much still like you could say this is a fan fiction book or something like that? Like this, somebody had AI write them a book. That's just cheating.
Part of the whole script.
But he was saying that he's supporting Israel. He stands for Israel, but he was exposing them, so he doesn't add up.
Well, he was for the longest time. He was groomed by Israel.
Yeah,
and
I posted the video.
The last 3 months, he started waking up. In fact, it was worrying him so bad that they had this big meeting trying to get him to go, give him what was I think, $15 million for his TPUSA, and he turned it down. And then Netanyahu called, the Jewish lobby was wanting to give him that so they could own him. He turned it down. Then Netanyahu asked him to come over to Israel for a, re-education, and he turned that down too. I don't know, man. I know people still haven't been distracted enough from the shit. This was on Windsor Castle. 3 people got arrested, but they projected this up on Windsor Castle prior to Trump's visit. I guess he's going there tomorrow or sometime this week.
But Trump is making Israel great again.
Dude, this is nuts. People are putting that on Windsor Castle. They arrested 3 people for it.
Yeah, the laws in the UK are a little bit different about like spreading propaganda and stuff like that. Only the regs are allowed to do it. But yeah, people were arrested for that because he was a foreign dignitary, and they're trying to make a good impression on him. And having people do that is, you can protest, but you can't project things onto crown land, because unlike the U.S., like the crown land is still owned by the crown, like it's owned kind of by the country, but it's still private. You can't, not anybody can just walk on crown land, like on like the different the different castles and stuff like that that are actively ran unowned by the crown. So yeah, you can't just up and do that. Just like somebody can't up and start projecting stuff onto your own house. I was looking to see if there's anything credible about that claim that Netanyahu tried to bribe Charlie Kirk prior to his death refused. All I'm finding is like, I find like Twitter things. Nick Frentis. Nick Frentis confirms that Bibi Netanyahu bribed Charlie Kirk with $150 million prior to his death. Charlie refused. Justin Kenneth Owens claims that threats were made to Charlie Kirk during an intense intervention with Bill Ackerman in in Hamptons weeks ago. Owens claims Kirk was having a change of heart on Israel before his death. It says he's contacted by Bibi Netanyahu. Yeah, Candace Owens talks a lot of shit, though. Straight, Bill Ackerman promised to pay millions of dollars to the father of the shooter if the FBI says who led to the arrest. And this looks like a lot of Twitter posts and stuff like that. I want credible sources. I just don't. My chat scene froze. So you can see talking on here. Freaking might have. Let me check and see. Yeah, I think it has to. Let me try something. Again. No, it's not a big deal. I was just trying to see if it worked now. Oh, I think it's updating now. Is it update now? All right, seeing the update now, so I don't know what's going on there, but yeah. All right, cool. Where was I now? All right. Right, I mean, there is. Look, this one here is seeing some sources claim Bibi Netanyahu offered Charlie Kirk 150 million to influence his stance in Israel, but Kirk refused to offer, fearing it would silence his criticism. However, others reports suggest that Kirk rejected the funding, indicating he was frightened by potential influence of Israeli lobby. The situation remains speculative, and no mainstream news outlets have confirmed the offer of Kirk's rejection. Thus, while there are claims of an offer, the details and context surrounding are not fully verified. So, I think just leave it at that.
Here he was talking about wanting to have Pam Bondi lock up the Code Pink people that were asking him and shit about Palestine in that restaurant the other day. Remember that? And he's talking about going to get Pam Bondi to look into him to get him locked up.
And a woman, in many cases, women, you can see they're professional agitators. I had one the other night. I had 4 the other night, all in one group, total phonies. I started to scream when I got into a restaurant.
I think somebody just dropped out of, Roger Ledwell just dropped out of his live there. You see that? I'm surprised Mikey's still hanging in this, because this is just well out of freaking Mikey's, wheelhouse, this.
Something with Palestine. And I said, well, I'm doing a great job for peace in the Middle East. I should get lots of awards for that, right? With the Abraham Accords and everything else. But a woman just stood up and started screaming. And she got booed out of the place, too. There were a lot of people in the restaurant. I went there to show how safe, and it was safe. I mean, the woman is just a mouthpiece. All she was a paid.
Yeah, the Chong looking motherfucker. The real thing to say, Chong Pound cracked the case wide open. Look out, Perry Mason.
Agitator. And you have a lot of them. And I've asked Pam to look into that in terms of RICO, bringing RICO cases against it, criminal RICO, because they should be put in jail. What they're doing to this country is really subversive. Yeah.
redressing their government. Redressing their government for its actions is dangerous. See, look at here. You don't go along with the narrative. You talk out about it. You're gonna get Pam Bondi on you. See,
You know, regress the government is great, but only when followed with lead.
listen, government is the devil. Any form of statism. I don't care what it is. Here they're gonna make they put a resolution in to designate October 14th as National Day of Remembrance for Charlie Kirk. That's his birthday.
Hey, Jim Daniels, nice to see you in the chat there, buddy.
I mean,
1 day for Charlie Kirk, 1 day for the Party Patriots, but full month for the LGBTQ crap.
oh yeah, and Martin and Black History and
Yep.
Hey, Saab, I think I'm going to jump off here, buddy. But thank you very much.
all right, Mikey. Thanks for coming on.
Good to see you, Mike.
Not like Mikey was bringing anything to the conversation. Anyways, fuck. I think he said one little thing in the beginning which made no sense and was kind of just pointless, and now he's just jumping off to go. I think he ended up going doing a bit of a live stream himself, talking about having something in an art gallery or something.
Yeah, really good information. Hope you get you some more subscribers and some people if they got questions. I'm sure they'll be asking. Come on back anytime, buddy.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, thanks for having me. Hope you
All right.
Peace out.
Quickly, actually, on that there, I need to double check, but I'm pretty sure I had commented on Mikey's last live stream, and I think somebody kept deleting my comments. Let me just quickly have a little look, because I think they're funny. Oh no, he didn't delete them. Oh, somebody replied to one of the things. Oh yeah, never mind. I wonder who it was, because I just double checked. Sorry, he did the one as a Goten process, and which is just it's just 3 weeks ago, but I thought that was the most current one. Whatever. And I commented on there, and instantly it was gone. And then I commented again, and then it seemed to stay, but somebody definitely deleted it. So it was I thought it was funny. It's like, I don't know if he's there, like if he was looking at his live stream there, or looking at his comments and then deleted them and then left it and then walked away. But yeah.
Hey guys, take it easy.
Good info. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, no problem. Nope, how do I get out of here?
Yeah.
I love his picture stuff.
Real
I've seen
star,
him on
man. What a nozzle.
Rogers 2 or 3 times, and every time he goes on, I always check out the pictures, man. Wild looking.
How we even know that Charlie Kirk was there? I just posted the video.
Just a quick one about Mikey Smith there. I put something up on my channel back in March, addressing and asking Mikey to have a look at this and to see if he matched my observations. And so far, he's been ducking and dodging that, and I've actually mentioned it on several of his live streams, and he has been dodging that since then. So we're several months in, and yet Mikey still has failed to actually address any of my observations or my questions, or try to show me the things he's kind of inadvertently showed a couple of things, which I might actually go over and find a few of his what he's done and then compare it to what I've done. I got a few clear nights to come out this week, so I might get the telescope out and do some more observations while I still can. So, but yeah, he has not addressed those, and he's still ducking and dodging from that one. Just thought I'd put that out.
Video. It's like 3 minutes. You don't need to see it fully. But this technology was available 16 years ago. So how the fuck you can be sure that he was there?
Well, yeah. Here's another thing too. He sold his house back in January. He sold his house in January. There's no record of it. The house he and his wife had in Scottsdale, or was it Flagstaff? I think it's Scottsdale. And there's no record of him buying another house. So where the fuck were these people even living?
Maybe he had more than one house.
Let me see what this is here real quick.
Preparation maybe for the event. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah.
This thing's taking a minute to come up. Oh, it's RB Truth. Is this got?
Yeah.
And this is about what?
Yeah, Russian video.
All right, it doesn't show the guy getting shot, right?
No, I don't think so. This video is just technology.
All right, hang on.
I don't think you can do the blood. I think that's the.
Yeah,
I've seen they're getting real. What do you call it on that now?
Well, yeah. As soon as people start showing the fakiness of it, then they're going to start putting the harsh on it. Say.
Yep.
No, this is not Russian video. It's a different guy. It's a tracker. It's a tracker. Bound tracker. I can't remember his channel name.
This is not the video?
That's the video, but it's not Russian video.
Is this the video you wanted me to show you? Or
Yes,
not?
yes.
Here's something to think about right here. I saw a slow down video. It's actually been removed now. Where glitches. We all know that the ring glitched from the ring finger to the pinky, correct? Okay, well, that doesn't happen in real life, but check this out right here. This was 16 years ago. If they could do this 16 years ago, what do you think they can do now?
Election Center, excuse me, right now, I want you to watch what we're about to do because you've never seen anything like this on television. Hi, Wolf. All right, big round of applause. We did it. There she is. Jessica yelling. I know you're in Chicago, but we've done something, a hologram. We beamed you in.
Beam me up, Scotty. Kirk, Charlie Kirk, beam me up, Scotty.
Lord.
They're telling people what they're doing. 16 years ago.
You in here. Hi, Wolf. All right, big round of applause. We did it. There she is. Jessica yelling. I know you're in Chicago, but we've done something, a hologram. We beamed you in. We beamed you in here into the scene.
See, they're adding the little glowing outline around the edge because they're wanting people to think that they're just rolling this technology out. They don't want it to look too real, if you know what I mean.
Election Center, I want to talk to you as I would normally be talking to you if you were really face-to-face with me. I know you're at least 1,000 miles.
But look how fake that looks. Like, it doesn't look like she's even actually there. They're trying to say it looks there, but you can see how she looks completely out of fucking place there. Like, I've seen the whole hologram thing, and even on stage and stuff, and it looks cool, but you could still tell, even the most current ones, you can still so tell that it's you can still tell that it wasn't real. Jim Daniels is Jim Daniels is still banned from asking questions Douche Nozzle couldn't answer, lol. Jim Daniels, I was banned for ages. I think Mikey finally unbanned me. What I had to do is I had to go through, I think, a different account. I have a different YouTube channel, and I went into one of his live streams as he was on, and asked why he still had me banned. And after a while, he said to look into it because he's unbanning everybody because he got called out on it, and eventually he did unban me, but he repeatedly does delete any comments I put up. I think I've been timed out a few times if his mods are in there, like DJ New Moon or Sea Lightning, then they will get rid of they'll delete my comments or mute me. They'll time me out. They have several times. I don't catch a lot of Mikey's lives at the same time because the time he goes out, obviously he's out at night in Canada, and you gotta think I'm like how many hours ahead of them, right? I'm in the UK, so I'm 6-7 hours ahead. So the time he goes out, it's like so late at night here, or it's a super early morning, or I'm up doing stuff, and I'll always catch his live streams. So quick thing here. They're talking about Charlie Kirk and thinking like, did he about his the house? So I found one on AZ Central, and it said Kirk had a home in Scottsdale, but a real estate website reported in 2024 that a 6-bedroom home was listed for sale at $6.5 million. It sold in February for $5.2 million. So he actually took a bit of a loss of that, according to property records. In appearances on his radio show and podcast, Kirk referenced life in Phoenix, which is different than Scottsdale. In the 2024 podcast, while going through the election results, he discussed living in our beautiful state of Arizona. Kirk appeared in rallies in 2022 and 2024 election cycles throughout Metro Phoenix. Kirk held monthly Turning Point faith events in the Dream City Church in North Phoenix 2022, Turning Point's Political Arms, Turning Point Action, and Turning Point PAC. Were involved in Arizona state races in 2022. The groups were involved in 2025 in a city council race in Mesa and an election for the board of that controls the Phoenix area utility company. Salt River Turning Point USA has held its signature annual events, America Fest in Phoenix since 2021, and 2025 event was scheduled for December 18th to 21st in Phoenix Convention Center. Erica, his wife Erica, was crowned Miss Arizona in 2012, 5 years prior to Erica's won the national. So it seems like he used to live in Scottsdale, which I think is not. So isn't Scottsdale? That's a different. So I'm not always up on the American I don't think Scottsdale is in Arizona. Isn't Scottsdale in more north of that? I just wanted to kind of double check on that because they're asking this, but I imagine you probably had more than one house, or you moved and then sold the house. Kirk's house. Charlie Kirk's home was what is found. There's they lived in Arizona. I get that. Charlie Kirk lived in the valley and attended church. When we go. Oh, Scottsdale is part of the Phoenix, part of Phoenix of sorts. Oh, is it? Okay. I was thinking, is it Scottsdale, Arizona, or I think it's something else, but well, this is Charlie Kirk lived in the valley and attended church at Dream City Church. So Dream City Church.
Today, there has been breaking news. Conservative activist Donald Trump ally Charlie Kirk from here in Arizona has been shot and killed while speaking at a college event in Utah.
Kirk launched Turning Point USA, which is based in downtown coverage. Gabriela Becerra is live at Dream City Church in North Phoenix, where Kirk used to speak at frequently. Gabby?
Right, okay. So lived in Phoenix, but they're talking about...
Oh, wait, but it looks like you're right here. Tell us what's going on in Chicago right now.
Oh, they're not talking about him selling his house from somewhere else. Hold on here. Go back to this. Went too far.
No record of him buying another house. Was it Flagstaff? I think there's no record of the house. He sold his house.
Sure that he was there.
Well, yeah. Here's another thing too. He sold his house back in January. He sold his house in January. There's no record of the house he and his wife had in Scottsdale, or was it Flagstaff? I think it's Scottsdale. And there's no record of him buying another house. So where the fuck were these people even living during this time? Let me see what this is here real quick. Dun, 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 dun.
Preparation maybe for the event. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah.
This thing's taking a minute to come up. Oh, it's RB Truth. Is this got?
Yeah.
And this is about what?
Yeah, Russian video.
All right. It doesn't show the guy getting shot, right?
No, I don't think so. This video is just technology.
All right, hang on.
I don't think you can do the blood. I think that's the.
Yeah,
I've seen. They're getting real. What do you call it on that now?
Well, yeah. As soon as people start showing the fakiness of it, then they're going to start putting the harsh on it. Say.
Yep.
Oh no, this is not Russian video. It's a different guy. It's a tracker. It's a tracker. Bound tracker. I can't remember his channel name.
This is not the video?
That's the video, but it's not Russian video.
Is this the video you wanted me to show you? Or
Yes,
not?
yes.
Here's something to think about right here. I saw a slow down video. It's actually been removed now, where glitches. We all know that the ring glitched from the ring finger to the pinky, correct? Okay, well, that doesn't happen in real life, but check this out right here. This was 16 years ago. If they could do this 16 years ago, what do you think they can do now?
Election Center, excuse me, right now, I want you to watch what we're about to do because you've never seen anything like this on television.
Hi, Wolf.
All right, big round of applause. We did it. There she is. Jessica yelling, I know you're in Chicago, but we've done something, a hologram. We beamed you in.
Beam me up, Scotty. Kirk, Charlie Kirk, beam me up, Scotty. They're telling people what they're doing. 16 years ago.
You in here.
Hi, Wolf.
All right, big round of applause. We did it. There she is. Jessica yelling, I know you're in Chicago, but we've done something, a hologram. We beamed you in. We beamed you in here into the sea.
And see, they're adding the little glowing outline around the edge because they're wanting people to think that they're just rolling this technology out. They don't want it to look too real, if you know what I mean.
Election Center, I want to talk to you as I would normally be talking to you if you were really face-to-face with me. I know you're...
It doesn't even look real, really, though. Like, it's just... The reason it has light around it is because the genius seeing that is the fella, I think it's crap. It's JK. He's the one that says J on it. Doesn't have a picture. And he's got obviously he's got some sort of foreign thing. And here's, I think, is this a fairly recent one? Because that was like at least 16 years ago. So here's the holograms we have now.
These performers are holograms.
Every series, we take one step closer to achieving all of the sci-fi dreams that I've ever dreamed of.
It's pretty cool. You'll never have to miss a gig again. The gig can come to you.
We traveled to Paris to meet Ian.
Being asked to produce a show from London to Florida where the interaction between the musicians and the audience would be as natural as two people being in the same room. And for all of us, it was an experience that we'll never forget.
So how do they beam this band in live?
It's incredible that this really is a remote live gig. The signal from London takes less than 1/3 of a second to go all the way around the world and be projected as a hologram on the stage in the US. As well as the hologram making it feel like the band are actually in the room with the audience, the band can see the audience and actually interact and respond to what they're doing.
This is a whole new take on live music. But how are the images so good that it looks like the band are really on stage?
They look so lifelike because of the angle of the light and the reflective material called
Yeah, they're fiber
mylar
optics
that
are
creates
yes.
this holographic effect.
Yeah.
The mylar screen is semi-transparent. The reflective surface
Oh wait, so he said there's a screen. Hold on. So they're doing this, but there has to be a screen. A mylar screen, you said, is semi-transparent.
reflects the images where the light falls on it, but where the light doesn't fall on it, the audience can see through it. So it looks like there's a person standing on the stage and that there's no screen at all.
The projector receives the video signal and projects it down from the ceiling. It hits a bounce screen on the floor, which then reflects the light back up into the mylar, which reflects it at a 45-degree angle into the audience.
So if you have something horizontal on the floor and a reflecting surface at the 45 degrees, the final image, as you see here on stage, is going to appear perpendicular.
What I really love about this is that you get the effect of a 3D hologram without those stupid glasses.
I still believe we've only scratched the surface with this technology. I think we will see pop-up holograms everywhere.
That's it. The holograms are here. We're officially in the future.
Right, so now these guys here, these absolute geniuses, are thinking that's how does this work. Now, with that, and that was 8 years ago, so this is 16 years ago. So let's go here. Google Dog, no, don't say that. Just Google Dog's like, yeah, just like they did for the TFE. Oh, what a giveaway.
At least 1,000 miles away, but it looks like you're right here. Tell us what's going on in Chicago right now.
Well, there are massive crowds gathered outside here, as you just saw. 65,000 ticketed people are going to
Think about how quick technology advances. 16 years ago, it looks like this.
be let in, but as many as 1 million are expected.
You can't tell me. That's a lot of people. That's not what they did here. I mean, you saw the glitch on the ring switching fingers.
Yeah, well, it's not that hard because it's fucking daytime. And so you wouldn't get the fucking reflection, you absolute fucking bellends. Stupidity. I've not seen any concert you've ever seen that have like a hologram up there. It's fucking dark. Where's the screen, geniuses? Where's the fucking screen? Where's the projector projecting it down? Do you see a projector? Because it seems like there has to be some sort of projector projecting the hologram. Where's the projector? Also, do we have projector holograms that can physically interact with things? Because it wasn't not much earlier that Charlie Kirk was throwing fucking things at people in the crowd. They watched him picking up hats and tossing them in the crowd. And then he got on stage. Like these fucking absolute freaking bellends. Guess what? This is before that. So explain to me how a hologram is picking up hats and throwing them at people. And then watch. He gets on the fucking stage. So explain to me how he walks out from the tent, throws a bunch of hats at people, then gets on stage and sits down. How is that a freaking hologram? Like, holy shit.
You saw the glitch in Trump's speech afterwards. I'm just saying, guys, things aren't what they appear. You know, just because you see something on television. I mean, look at 9/11, CGI with the planes. You know, I'm just still kind of shocked that so many people.
How the fuck was 9/11, 2001 CGI with planes to cause things to go into? Because you know what? I watched those planes hit that thing. I watched those buildings fall. So how the hell is that CGI when people on the ground seeing the planes hit the ground, hit those towers? There's different cameras all over the place. How is that CGI? Like, fuck.
People got triggered by this, especially like in our community. But honestly, I hope we all can come together because whether it was CGI staged or real, we all know what's coming next with the Charlie Kirk Act and all the laws. It's just like after 9/11, they brought in the Department of Homeland Security, the Patriot Act. I mean, it was going to happen whether it was staged, false flag, real. But we all know they orchestrate everything. You know, William Shakespeare, all the world's indeed a stage. But I just wanted to share the hologram real quick.
Million are expected to be
watching all of this. They might be watching us right now and they're on the monitors, wherever they are.
All part of the Lion, Signs, and Wonders.
Wow. Yeah. See, that's the thing, though. You'd have to really have it pretty advanced.
I've got one that can
to have a body that they could pick up and be carrying. Now, I'm also under the camp that.
Yeah. So how are they projecting that? Are they projecting it from the sky? Don't tell me it's special NASA satellites that are projecting images down from the sky, right?
Perhaps what we saw in those videos.
Fornicated said, I was 9/11 ground zero from 9/13 until the end of October. I saw the parts of the wreckage in the rubble. Yeah, there you are. So, Flurfs, unfornicated, lives in the New York area. He was there. He's seen it firsthand. So please explain, go tell him that it was fake when he was fucking standing there and looked at the wreckage and looked at the rubble. You can see it in there. Albarax is like, CGI equals answer to everything to flex conspiracy theorists everywhere. Yep. They don't like it. They call it CGI. So they call it fake.
Is not necessarily what.
Yeah, funny enough, in this exact live stream that they're doing here, the crazy thing is they Mikey used CGI when he tried to show Jupiter and Jupiter's moons, if you remember that, and he stitched them together. And flat earthers always call anything like that fake CGI.
People there saw, because these eyewitnesses say that he was hit in the chest and they saw the blood, but everybody on the video saw something different.
Yeah.
So perhaps the video that was released was not really filmed. You know, I mean, it was an AI rendering from the event that we saw, and what they saw was a theatrics that the special effects were much different than what we saw in the video.
No, because there's actually literally interviews of people right afterwards, and they said how they seen him get hit in the neck.
That's
I wouldn't be surprised. Anything's possible nowadays.
Because you remember the eyewitnesses were talking about he got hit in the chest and you saw blood there. Well, that's not what I saw. I saw blood fly here.
Yep.
I saw blood fly here, like this. Not this and then collateral afterwards. I saw this, like that, indicating that the shot came from another direction. Now people were saying, "Oh, it deflected off his bulletproof vest." He wasn't wearing one.
He was wearing one.
I mean,
my guys was pushing the agenda.
So that doesn't fly either.
So there is some people in the world that think that at some point we were in the black and white era.
One, Charlie Kirk was wearing a bulletproof vest. We pointed out and seen it. He was wearing some sort of vest.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
I went down pretty immediately, and everyone near me, everyone in the rest of my line, who I'd been talking to for the last few hours, dropped down with me. I remember I have a brother who was in a school shooting, and I was talking about the distinction between these. That for me, it was there wasn't as much fear as I think I would expect, because I recognized immediately, I think I was a lot more logical than I thought I would be in that moment, where I was like, that's an assassination. He is the target. He is the only target. I am freaked out, but I know that I'm okay. Whatever. It definitely became chaotic. My wife was in the crowd. I tried reaching her. It took me 20, 30 minutes. Just a lot of chaos as I sort of shifted in a weird place, and then I had to wrap back around, and I couldn't find her, and our phones weren't really working, and it was bombarded by texts, and I don't know. So it was very chaotic, and it took a while to really orient myself. But it was a strange environment, because people were kind of milling around afterward. I think a lot of people had this similar idea that it's this is different. An assassination is very different from a mass shooting, where a mass shooting you disperse, right? Everyone's a target. But when it comes to an assassination, it's everyone just sort of was there. And I heard a number of people say so much for the tolerant left, right? The 2 or 3 people said that as they walked by.
See that woman robbing freaking hats there? Cheeky. That was pretty gutsy, that. Cops found her pretty quick.
One of the other hard parts about today's ordeal was that it left behind so many witnesses, hundreds of people here on campus.
And we spoke to a lot of them. News specialist Andrew Adams spoke to one of them, actually, who may have been one of the closest people to this shooting. Andrew?
He was maybe 10 to 15 feet away from Charlie Kirk when he was shot. When we caught up with him tonight, he was still struggling with what he saw and what he felt it meant.
Out of whirlwind of emotions.
Hours into the aftermath of what was being called a political assassination.
My head feels heavy.
The feelings were still raw.
I don't think I've ever seen someone die in front of me, let alone be murdered.
Skylar Baird says he'd always been a fan of Charlie Kirk, and when he learned the popular activist was in town, he wanted to get as close as he could.
To my left is security, and in the front of me is a security guard, and then nothing else, just Charlie.
Baird says shortly after the topic turned to transgender mass shooters,
I heard the loud crack.
He believed he heard a gunshot.
And as soon as I thought that, I saw Charlie's neck explode.
Baird dove into the fountain, and in the hour...
Hold on, wait a minute. So somebody was 10 to 15 feet away, and what did you say you seen it again? I'm sorry. Hopefully that sounded insensitive, but...
Saw Charlie's neck explode.
Oh, right. So, Saul said that the people there seen him get shot in the chest, but this guy was standing right there, and he happened to see exactly where we seen on the video.
Baird dove into the fountain, and in the hours since that time, he hasn't been able to escape the images of...
Sorry, this is one more time.
Saw Charlie's neck explode.
Baird dove into the fountain, and in the hours since that time, he hasn't been able to escape the images of the shooting.
I just like watched the video for like 10.
It's like coming to terms with what happened has cut to his core.
It's just like super positive experience, and then someone ruins that.
Baird says he's since found some clarity.
The story was that Charlie Kirk was murdered for his political views.
And as everyone contemplates what's next,
there's a cancer growing in our society.
He hopes for reflection on where the country could be headed.
You need to find love, because as we move away from that and move into hostility, hate, and anger, society can't exist.
Baird says he appreciated how Charlie Kirk fought for Christian values and how he made people feel comfortable living those values.
But yes, Saul's a piece of shit. And he's a liar. So let's continue on and debunk more of his lies and try to get it out there. Hopefully people will see this and know.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah. Seen that.
So look at this here. This is the site where it happened already.
Okay, here's kind of the angle here at Losey Center, there at the Student Union, kind of coming from this way, shooting downward angle. I just talked to these gentlemen who were here at that time. They said really hard to place the shot. It was banging around. But you can see here that there is some approaches up there. There was a video out there that showed a flash, so we don't have all that data. But interesting how it's been sort of concreted over, and we're
now. This is great. This guy's out here looking at the site.
Concreted over. I'm pretty sure that's always been concrete. In fact, it was concrete before. Like the stage was set up on the concrete because
and everything else like that. But you see what's going on. This is grassy knoll. I saw a flash from the bushes, blah, 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 from like the Kennedy assassination, right? Okay. But in this case, you got everybody arguing about where the shooter came from. Who was the shooter? We see a guy running with a pistol in the crowd. We see another guy, looks like he puts a gun up under his arm and shoots Charlie. And we see another guy in the crowd. He's doing something. And we see these guys. This is
other than the old calculation, and it's just people just trying to come up with some sort of conspiracy theory to get clout.
All to keep you on the track that somebody actually got shot.
Yes.
Okay? Because you're not even looking at that. You're taking that as a foregone conclusion. Now you're trying to find the real shooter. And of course the fucking Patsy guy's story is stupid. They want you to see the holes in it, damn it. They want you to see the holes in it. So you'll keep arguing about, well, who was the real shooter? Oh my God, the FBI was involved. So they had a Operation Frostbite or whatever the fuck it was called. Oh no, it was the CIA. No, it was Israel. Oh my God, they were all working together. Dude, no one was shot. Okay?
No, that is an utter and complete lie. Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a fella. They found the rifle, and guess what? You know how they know it was the rifle? Because guess what, Sal? They found the fucking projectile and matched it up. This is called forensics, and they know how to do this.
We've not heard from any attending physician, nobody that was there at the hospital, no bystanders that were around at the hospital in the emergency room when they took him in there. In fact, I don't even know if there was enough time to take him to a fucking emergency room. Pronounce him dead.
They took him to the closest hospital, and there's video of him getting loaded into an SUV and like skirted off as quickly as possible.
Do all the paperwork, chuck his ass in a box, and put him on Air Force 2 to take him out of the state. Before any fucking investigation, no autopsy, no, tracking the bullet wound, none of that. It's just all of Charlie Kirk.
I'm pretty sure they don't need an autopsy. I'm pretty sure everybody knows how he perished. I mean, there's not really, we're not looking for autopsy and see this and that, or try to figure out if poisoning or if blunt force trauma, or if it's drowning. wasn't like he was found somewhere and and there's foul play suspected. They're pretty sure they know what happened, and probably there's no need to. They don't do autopsies on stuff when the cause of death is very clear. Large, rifle shot to the carotid artery and loss of blood. Pretty simple to diagnose that. No autopsy. Don't need to cut open his chest and look at his heart and lungs. There's just pointless, needless desecration of a human body.
That everybody fucking freak out and cry. You guys over here on the left, you start cheering and making videos and stuff. Over here, you guys over here on the right, you guys start getting mad about it. And it's like this little fucking orchestra they do for you. And most of the people fall for the shit.
The world is a stage.
My God. Yes, it is.
Having a lot of improvements. It kind of reminds me of the Canfield 4 in a way. But walking back this way, it just seems a lot farther than on television. On TV, that's a real close shot. For that first guy is on that first stair. It's a real close shot. And Charlie going from the left to the right would also go along with that. If you go up here to the Losi Center, it's all the way over there. I mean, that's a much longer shot than a much longer shot than I thought of when I saw it on television. So that's the report here from UVU. The other thing that everyone's ignoring is, how did he get the gun? If there was people who were on the Discord with him trying to get him the gun, to pick up the gun, that's called a gun drop. That's really super critical information. They left that totally out of today's, Plus, if there's a spent chamber, there's a spent bullet in the chamber, how did it get back in the magazine? How did he disassemble the gun without a screwdriver? All these questions. So we got a lot of questions to answer yet as we roll forward here.
Some speculation as for the gun drop thing. Yeah, he probably got it from someone. No, in fact, isn't there text message that came out showing that Charlie, the fellow who shot Charlie Kirk, it was actually his grandfather's World War II rifle that was still operating and still being maintained and used, and he was trying to get it back. He was scared that his dad's gonna get mad because he's lost his granddad's rifle. So you may ask if you can borrow it to go out and do some shooting or show some friends and stuff. Large gun culture in the U.S., right? So. Quickly, a thing about that. It looks like this was put out 9 hours ago by something, was it USA, Weekly USA. So I have to go back again. They want me to turn ad blocker off, and I'm not doing it. So it looks like he didn't have one. I'm just gonna see if we can find it real quick here. Miracle. So Andrew Kova, a spokesman for Kirk's Turning Point USA, had exclusive producer claimed that he had recently spoken to a doctor who treated Kirk's fatal injury. Wanted to address some discussion about the lack of an exit wound. Charlie Kirk Kova from X. I don't want to. I'm not turning off my ad blocker here. Jerks. I'm usually not interested in devoting in delving into most of this kind of online chatter, and I apologize for something graphic. But in this case, the fact that there was an exit wound was probably another miracle. I want people to know. So it wasn't an exit wound, so they found the bullet there. Sorry about that. Went too many times. I just spoke to the surgeon who worked on Charlie Kirk at the hospital. He said the bullet was absolutely should not have gone through. COVID stared decided nothing. The physicians explained it was very normal. The gunshot wound. I mean, I've seen wounds this caliber many times, and they always have just gone through everything. You know, I think it is because maybe it did actually bounce off his bulletproof vest, which I showed a picture showing that he was wearing a ballistic vest. So I've seen wounds of this caliber many times. It would have taken a moose to down, etc., but it did not go through. Charlie's body stopped it. When COVID told the doctor that Kirk did not have an exit wound, he programmed it was an absolute miracle that it would have instantly else would have gone get killed. So yeah. It makes sense if it just kind of sort of ricocheted. Maybe it was just one of those freak things. I don't know. His bone was so healthy that and the density was so impressive that he's like a man still should have gone through, and though it likely would have killed most standing behind him. Covert recalled the doctors in corner that the bullet just beneath the skin, even to his death. The scene it hit bone and got lodged in his bone. Well, if it went down, and I suppose if it went into his jugular, and if it, obviously they reckon that the shooter was high altitude, right? It was quite, well, not high altitude, it was quite high up, shooting down, so it had gone through his neck. It could have had a trajectory to go down, and it would have hit into maybe his down into his, the back. Also, you got your traps. You have obviously your rib cage, stuff like that. May have gone in there, so it could have gone down into here, gone into the body, through here, down in, that come out, and it's gone down into his body. So yeah, it could have been it's gone into so much that it slowed down. I think he did have something on his chest. He had a chest, but if it's high altitude, that would make sense why he went through. So I didn't go out the other side. So it wasn't low because we were thinking where he was, it would have come down, and so it could have gone into his body, yeah. All right. COVID just told the Kirk that miraculous Charlie will be laid to rest. Okay, so the claim that they haven't talked to a physician who worked on them is a lie, because you can look up here Us Weekly. Actually, they talked to somebody who spoke to the surgeon. So. And why there's no bullet lodged in is because it's still in Charlie Kirk's body. It hit enough bone. It had high bone density. That's something I may have. I was told years ago that I have really high bone density myself. It comes from my mother's side. She had really high bone density. I've never broken a single bone in my body. I've done a lot of stupid shit. I probably should have. I've dislocated a couple of joints at times, but I've never broken anything that I know of.
At UVU, Utah Valley University.
The fuck, man.
Okay, here's.
That makes you think.
You know, the fucking thing is, it takes all of. Maybe it's because this was this is what 9 hours ago. So perhaps maybe it's just that stuff's come out. I didn't have the information then. But yeah, I mean, a little bit of research though. It doesn't take much. Doesn't take much at all.
But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a steerable thing. I mean, you can see how cheesy it is. So it's not like they're they're just bad at it. It's almost like wrestling. It's like watching wrestling.
Yeah, here's another one with the reporter. Watch this fucking guy. What an asshole.
And what do you make of Pam Bondi saying she's going to go after hate speech? Is that, I mean, a lot of your allies say hate speech is free speech. She'll probably go after people like you because you treat me so unfairly. It's hate. You have a lot of hate in your heart. Maybe they'll go after ABC. Well, ABC paid me $16 million recently for a form of hate speech, right? Your company paid me $16 million for a form of hate speech. So maybe they'll have to go after you. Look, we want everything to be fair. It hasn't been fair. And the radical left has done tremendous damage to the country. But we're fixing it. We have right now the hottest country anywhere in the world. And remember, 1 year ago, our country was dead. And now Washington, D.C. is fixed, and I fix it. The mayor was fine. The mayor was just fine. Okay? The mayor had the sick city for many years. He's been mayor for many years. The one that fixed it was me and my people. And it is so safe. You should take your beautiful wife tonight and have dinner down there. You won't be shot. You won't be accosted. You won't even be looked at incorrectly by anybody. Washington, D.C. is safe. Now we're going to...
And so full of shit. He says, maybe I ought to have her go after you. What the hell is that? I ought to have her go after you.
He was just asking a question.
God damn it, man. Go after you.
Sorry, I think did I lose... What was the issue here? They're talking about Trump going on after a reporter. Trump doesn't like reporters very much, so... Let's not double check what's going on with this. Did I miss something? What are these guys on about? They brought up Trump again.
Yeah, it makes you think.
The fuck, man?
Okay, here's...
Yeah, it makes you think. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a steerable thing. I mean, you can see how cheesy it is. So it's not like they're you know, they're just bad at it. It's almost like wrestling. You know, it's like watching wrestling.
Yeah, here's another one with the reporter. Watch this fucking guy. What an asshole.
And what do you make Pam Bondi saying she's going to go after hate speech? Is that, I mean, a lot of your allies say hate speech is free speech. She'll probably go after people like you because you treat me so unfairly and say you have a lot of hate in your heart. Maybe they'll go after ABC. Well, ABC paid me $16 million recently for a form of hate speech, right? Your company paid me $16 million.
I think the thing is that defamation, and that's what I think what Trump won against ABC was his defamation case, from what I understand, and I think people have to remember that Trump has a little bit of history with some of these reporters. Like he knows either the network that's been putting things out that maybe he doesn't agree with, or maybe he thinks that they've misquoted them or they've twisted things. Because a lot of the mainstream media, and this is where the problem has come, is that they tend to have a political bias towards one way or the other. And that's where you have like some sites like that one that I've seen people talking about, Ground News or something like that, where it looks at a lot of them, tells you if the left-leaning, right-leaning, central, blah, 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 where their affiliations are. So they kind of will twist things or report things a certain way to fit whatever the owners or the publisher, whatever like that, or like whatever bias that they try and go towards. So I think Trump has an issue against ones who are more left-leaning bias, and he's more right, and people that, you know, if he's is he a Democrat or Republican? I can't remember which one's which. In fact, I remembered that. I think I'm actually kind of proud of myself. So he's certain some of these reporters he doesn't have a very good rapport with. He obviously lets them in because, you know, they'll you know, kind of let them in unless they've done something specific. But Trump doesn't always like sometimes the questions come up. He knows the leading question, or he just doesn't like the questions they tend to ask because you know that he feels that they're trying to get him into something. Calder's like, let's go Broncos.
For a form of hate speech, so maybe they'll have to go after you. Look, we want everything to be fair. It hasn't been fair. And the radical left has done tremendous damage to the country, but we're fixing it. We have right now the hottest country anywhere in the world. And remember, 1 year ago, our country was dead. And now Washington, D.C. is fixed, and I fix it. The mayor was fine. The mayor was just fine, okay? The mayor had the sick city for many years. She's been mayor for many years. The one that fixed it was me and my people, and it is so safe. You should take your beautiful wife tonight and have dinner down there. You won't be shot. You won't be accosted. You won't even be looked at incorrectly by anybody. Washington, D.C. is safe. Now we're going to...
So full of...
I wish they'd do that to freaking London, because London is freaking scary. You know, my wife and I actually wanted to go down there because there's some things we wanted to go see, like the Tower of London, and go see like Buckingham Palace. I've never been there. She's never been there. She's from this country. I think she wanted to go. My wife's into Harry Potter. She wanted to go see Harry Potter World. We're not going down there for a while. It is freaking dodgy. I mean, there's some people saying, a lot of people saying, like, if you walk along, pull your phone out, there's somebody go past them freaking on a scooter, rip the whole phone out of your hand. If you have an expensive watch, somebody come rob you from a watch. Like, it's really become dodgy down there. It's really, really dangerous, and it's just this. It's apparently everybody I've talked to who's been to London or do live in London, they say don't even bother. It is just like almost like the Wild West. It is dangerous right now. Even freaking, I know people may not like him, but even Andrew Tate, who thinks he's got the biggest balls in the world and he thinks he's going to, you know, beat anybody who comes towards him, he's even said he won't go to London because it's too fucking dangerous. So some guy who thinks that he's indestructible won't even go to the country. Makes you think, to the city. Makes you think, oh, maybe, you know, this is a place that you don't really want to go unless you absolutely have to.
Oh shit! He says maybe I'd ever go after you. What the hell is that?
That's the fact, is that these people are always going after Trump and trying to he said go after them by hate speech, because the solver is missing the whole thing. He was talking about hate speech and defamation, or saying like just making up freaking shit, or just trying to see the worst things possible. And he's saying, go after this, is maybe go after you. And he meant like you as in probably the network, or maybe even that reporter report stuff, because they just keep putting out loads and loads of freaking hate things. And he's going, you know what? Getting sick of this. People is making up crap to see the worst things possible. And there's a difference between free speech and then there's some hate speech, where you start making like seeing the worst things, and you're implying things, and you're making up random things, making up things, especially about public officials or public people, that it gets into defamation. And that's where I think that's where he is going, and that's quite clearly where he's going with that, if you listen to the whole context of the whole thing. But Sov's going to ignore all that shit because he's trying to push a bias.
I'd have her go after you.
He was just asking a question.
God damn it, man.
Well, you haven't noticed that a lot of those guys have a lot to say about the Constitution only when it doesn't apply to them. And that's kind of the what I kind of get from it, is that they almost think like it doesn't apply to them because they're a public servant, when in reality it should be applied to them greatly. You know, especially when you're providing a service or you're getting paid to do something.
Exactly.
You know? Yeah, that's when it should.
But Sov thinks only Sov, who apparently what I've heard is a sovereign citizen, so only thinks the Constitution applies to him when he wants it to apply to him, and how he thinks it should apply to him.
Apply even more, because you should friggin' know better not to do stupid stuff. It's almost like those guys that we see on the auditing ones that, you know, they know that what they're doing is wrong, and they do it anyway. And when people say, "Oh, well, we'll sue you," they say, "Go ahead," because even if they lose, it doesn't come from them. You're not taking anything from them. They're just taking it back from you. So they're taking it from other taxpayers who pay for the contract. It's almost like they could literally just say, "Okay, yeah, that's it. No, if you don't follow the law and you don't follow your policy, then you're responsible for any damages." And watch how fast people will shape up real quick when they realize, "Oh shit, it's going to come from me." No, I'm not going to do that.
Well, you're gonna see some crazy shit coming down, man. Listen, this guy cracking down, rounding up homeless people. People in the media talking about giving people a fucking lethal injection. You know,
yeah, I know. And he had to come up with an apology video for it.
He was like, "Oh, too soon." Huh.
I think he's controlled as well, to be honest.
This guy, I think he is, but this information is very interesting. Now, he's still working from the premise that Charlie Kirk was really shot.
He was, and it's proven, and his funeral was today.
There's a few of us out here that are not going from that premise.
Yeah,
the whole thing. The whole thing was.
Well, you know, there's people like Saul who just don't accept reality.
This IOP.
They say that Charlie Kirk was offered an infusion of $150 million by Israel.
Allegedly, nothing's been confirmed. Allegedly.
Okay. That would double Israel's budget, or excuse me, Turning Point USA's budget. Turning Point USA has an annual budget of $140 million. Netanyahu offered Turning Point $150 million. For one purpose and one purpose only: to shield for Israel harder. Turning Point USA is already pro-Israel. They're not anti-Israel. They've never been anti-Israel. Charlie Kirk has, in the past, criticized Bibi Netanyahu. He has criticized secular left-wing Jewry in America. He has criticized a war with Iran.
I think it's specific because it isn't why we're watching this is to watch crazy stuff. It is to watch crazy stuff, and then also to correct the misinformation that these guys are spreading, just to kind of, you know, make sure that hopefully, you know, message can get out there that, you know, the shit that he says that it is crazy and that he's not speaking truth, but just speaking like a complete loon. So
the famine in Gaza, he has never opposed Israel in itself. He has never explicitly opposed Israel. Israel offered him $150 million to be more.
Oh, isn't this what's his name? This came to my head a second ago. I was just talking about, he's part of Turning Point, isn't he? That's Why can I not think of his bloody name right this second? I know him. Oh, crap. It's on the tip of my tongue. Shit. Fuentes. Nick Fuentes. Isn't that Fuentes? I'm pretty sure it is.
Pro-Israel than they already were, to be harder in their support for Israel, and in particular, to support regime change in Iran.
Yes, thank you. And fornicated, yeah, they get that. Nick Fuentes. And get me wrong, isn't Fuentes anti, like, isn't he against the Jewish faith and stuff like that? I've seen him do an interview years ago, because he was on no-fly list and everything, and I'm sure he's against the Jewish faith.
And to support their ethnic cleansing and genocide.
It's weird that he's talking about all this stuff, but yet I know he's like anti-Israeli or anti-Jewish.
In Gaza. And Charlie Kirk refused the money.
Yeah, he's Catholic. He's Catholic. So isn't it like the whole thing is because the Jewish faith believes that Jesus was not a disciple, but a false disciple? Yeah, so he is anti-Semitic. I thought so, yeah.
Independently confirmed that, by the way. I've heard that from 4 people. 4 people that I trust that are in the know. So this is coming from Candace Owens, a friend of Charlie Kirk. This is coming from Max Blumenthal, who purports to have a source. And I have heard from a handful of people independently of those sources that this offer was real and that Kirk turned down the money. After Charlie Kirk turned down the money, Netanyahu asked if he would come visit Jerusalem and give him the re-education tour. The Holocaust Museum, the burned babies, the beheaded babies, the one that Elon Musk took, the one that our Speaker of the House took. Anyone that's ever criticized Israel has been subjected to. He refused that as well. They offered to bribe him.
Yes, I've heard he hung out with Kanye West to give him platform. Yes, he did. Yeah, that's right. I do actually remember that. Yeah.
They tried to re-educate.
He's different. He's on a, I wouldn't say, well, not higher level, but he's on a separate level of crazy, Francis.
Him. He refused both offers.
So maybe the character Charlie Kirk was taken out,
or
for
maybe
those reasons. Maybe he was all down with this, that it was going to be lauded as an attempt, and he was going to come through it, and TPUSA would get bigger than ever. Because look what happened after he died. It's like all these people started joining TPUSA, right?
Or maybe
that seems like Sov's going along the lines of maybe Kirk was assassinated, but he's been seeing this whole stream that he doesn't think he was. But now he's going, maybe he was. I don't know. It's weird. It is. I know it's always Israel with these guys. Like every single one, it is so prolific in the conspiracy realm. That Israel this, Israel that, the Jews. They're always pushing this. Like they're like the evil ones, and it's just. I find it different. Why? Honestly, why is it always that the scapegoat? But I think it has to do with the 1940s Germany. I think a lot of them have the same kind of ideals of that too.
That was his plan, but they changed the plan in the middle and said, no, instead of you surviving, you're dead. Okay, we've already got you as dead. So they don't really have to, they say your character's done. You're done. You're fired, basically, right? Yeah, basically you're fired. That character.
JJ and Vlad, no, it was all fake. Yeah, well, apparently Sov thinks it's fake too. Real Cygnus, but it's I don't know why they keep pushing this thing. They think it's, I don't even know why they even go into this whole fake thing. This is so stupid. I think it's just because anything that they I don't know, this doesn't make any sense. I suppose this conspiracy theory is a conspiracy theory. They all just tend to want to do that. Just jump on. It's fucking weird. I think Sov's one of those. There's not a conspiracy theory he doesn't like.
Character's gone because now they're going to have Ben Shapiro pick up the torch for Charlie Kirk and start doing these campus tours for Charlie.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Maybe there's as well.
Michael.
Ben Shapiro was already doing campus tours. He's been doing campus tours for years. In fact, I'm pretty sure Shapiro was doing campus tours and doing his talks before Charlie Kirk did. So why is he taking this up? But Shapiro was the original one to be doing them. I think he did them a slightly different way, like Kirk did, or he was out like Shapiro did more ones where he's up on an auditorium stage, probably more for security, because I think Shapiro has realized way back in the day that, you know, for security, you're better off to have a room where you can have control for people in there and stuff like that, open, you know. And I imagine he'll probably still do that, especially after what's happened to Charlie Kirk. But yeah, Shapiro was doing these talks and doing these things at universities and colleges for fucking years. So yeah, it's kind of dumb when you said that, because like, yeah, it's nothing different.
Knowles, listen who was running their fucking show, the Charlie Kirk show. It was.
You're welcome, Real Cygnus. I thought, you know, yeah, you deserve to have get a wrench.
It was Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles. Fuck, I'll show you. I got a video or a picture. Anyways, all the guys, you'll know who they are. But that's the thing. And they, I think maybe what if they, because in the book, you know, that book that came out that didn't come out, that was published on the day before, called The Killing of Charlie Kirk, within the excerpts of that, which I have some screenshots of them, it said that Charlie survived the assassination attempt and went on to continue his speaking tours because he wasn't going to let something like that hinder free speech.
Well, and as we know, and this is pointed out earlier in my stream here, that book was a AI generated book that came out, and it actually had come out after the day after Charlie Kirk had been assassinated, not before, and it had been pulled off by Amazon, and they apologized for that, but it had been misdated, and yeah, it was just AI generated BS. So, Jay Gill. Everyone's there. All right. Hey, Jay Gill. Enjoy.
So I wonder if maybe they changed the script without telling him. You get where I'm going at?
Yeah, they gave him a screw job.
Yeah, they changed the ending of the story in the script without telling him. He played up to his part where you make like somebody shot you. Well,
no, because the story came out after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, not before.
Okay, we got that part. But then after he was taken away in that SUV, I think it was then when it was explained to him that no.
Sorry. CSA is like, it's never Canada, so when we strike, they'll never know. Well, you know, I believe, was it not the War of 1812 when U.S. invaded Canada and then Canada put down their beer, kicked their butts, pushed them back over the border, and then burnt the White House, and that's why the White House is white, is to cover up the smoke damage from the Canadians. Oh no, 1814. Sorry, Canadian grave general who torched the White House in 1814 draws interest in mid trade wars. They are my American friends. The War of I think it's War of 1812 and 1814 Canada. Joy Reid claimed on Donald Lim's show that Canada burnt down the White House in 1814. However, it was actually the British, not Canada. I think British came to helped it with, didn't they? Who did so during the War of 1812. Canada, then a British colony, played a significant role in the conflict. Oh, the wrong thing. Joy Reid appeared in Don Lemon's show, claiming Canada, however, it was false. The British did not. It was the British, not the Canada, who burned down the White House in the War of 1812. between the United States and British. Notably, Canada was then a British colony, and as a result, it played a crucial role in the war. Read 11. All right, so it was a British, but it was due to the fact, I think it was, I'm sure it was something that the U.S. had first invaded Canada when it was a British colony, and then they fought back. The Smithsonian. You're welcome, G. Gill. Enjoy the wrench. Okay, let's go away. I don't want to freaking have ads up. Yeah, go away. They said 200 years ago today, when this was put up, whatever this was, June 8th, 18th, 2012, 200 years ago today, in 36-year-old America, 36-year-old America declared war for the second time against the British. The plan was to conquer Canada and wrest North America for the United States once and for all, but by pretty much all measures, the war was a total mess. The British and American armies, supplemented by militia, the First Nations warriors, pushed back and forth for nearly 3 years, temporarily trading territory along the Niagara River and hitting each other with at the cores. Such violent history is surprising to many, given that Canada and U.S. are now act like more like siblings and neighbors. Turns out the cheerful outlook may be due more to the forgetfulness than reconciliation. Yeah. So it's a bit of a tidbit that I don't think it's always taught in American history and stuff like that. And why is I have a brother-in-law who's American. When I mentioned it to him, he had no idea about it, and he thought he knew a lot about history. Sorry, got a little sidetrack there. Yeah. Canadian Species Advocate. This part of Canada we gave the Americans for the 4th of July fireworks. Yeah.
We changed the script. You should have took the fucking money. Yeah. Sorry.
Wouldn't it be that funny that later the government would say we couldn't say that the Charlie Kirk is alive. That's why we have put a dummy in his coffin, but he survived. But he needed to survive. So we needed to protect them because we know that there are bad entities in the government. So we had to protect him. So people would think he's dead, but he's alive. And what's her name? The black woman, Candace Owens. Yeah, Candace Owens said that he'll be president. That wouldn't be next step, to put him as a president position. Yeah, and if you take into consideration that Nick Fuentes is Cointer Pro, and he's now pushing the Charlie Kirk very heavily, and the recent attack in a matter of Qatar. So there is a coalition, 2025 now, between the Islamic states. So now they might try to push finally to gather all the countries and attack the Israel. So because that's what Scripture says, that they will stand against Israel, because this Israel is a land. It's not a real Israel from God's people. They are from the synagogue of Satan. So they want to push it this way as a deception, and then they Antichrist. Who the fuck knows? Very interesting times.
Yep. They're trying to make you believe this is now you saw how far away that building was, right? So they're trying to say that this cockeyed motherfucker made that shot. Look at that.
He's got one googly eye.
He does. He got a lazy eye, bro. He got a lazy eye. Maybe that's where they put the real worm in at.
But yeah. Do you guys actually think he has a lazy eye? I mean, he's got one eyelid that's a little bit closer than the other one, but I wouldn't say that's cockeyed. And I've seen people with lazy eyes. My wife's got a friend, and sometimes she's got a lazy eye that sometimes she'll look at you and she'll look over this way and she'll look that way, and the one eye stays there and the other one goes like that, and then she'll blink and it'll flick over. So, especially when she's tired. So, Yeah, I've seen that. I don't see that. He's like he's smiling like that, and he's got one eye that's slightly closed because it's just the way he was holding his face. You can see where he's smiling a little bit more on this side, so his cheeks come up more on the other side. So he's kind of smiling a bit wonky. He's got a bit of a goofy look. It's fucking hell. These guys just make up bullshit all the time.
Lazy eye, bro.
There's nothing wrong. He doesn't have a lazy eye. He doesn't have a
Maybe
lazy
that's
eye.
where they put the real worm in at. I don't know.
He doesn't have a lazy eye.
But here's that thing. Yeah, did you ever see Charlie Kirk's house?
Let me guess. It looks like a preacher's house, like a giant mansion. Ah, yeah.
It was a big house.
Good life.
Look at that shit, man.
Yeah.
Andrew's here. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
So I originally thought the whole thing was completely just legitimate because of how many reasons people would have to actually shoot him. But over the last week or so, listening to your stream and things like that, and other people that have also flipped, they're like, yeah, there's no way that's fucking happened. It was legit. So I was doing a little bit of deep diving into it. I was like, well, okay, so are there any charities set up?
But can you specifically say if the British feel like taking back the colonies and give us to govern, we won't fight it. Look, honestly, I don't know, CSA, I don't know what's going on with the Canadian government or how things are going there, but you don't want our government right now. There's videos of people that, in fact, I just seen a video recently, some girl looked at a social media post back in March, and they had the police, she had 2 police rolled up to the door, and the mother asked, his teenage daughter was scrolling through, looked at something on social media. They rolled up, wanted to take the cell phone, a mobile phone off the girl, to confiscate it or something, to look through it. And they're like, what? It's not even against the law to look at a social media post. She looked at it. She even commented on it. It wasn't even her post. She looked at one. And they said they're going to arrest their daughter, if they don't give her the thing because she looked at a social media post. That's the way things going here. There was a woman that was in jail for months because she put something up on X when something had happened where a bunch of girls were slaughtered in Southport last year. And she put something up, upset, irate, put something up on X about something about sending them all back or sinking the boats or something like that, with all the illegal refugee stuff coming across from France. Now you say, okay, the refugees come from war-torn countries, stuff like that. Well, guess what? Europe isn't a fucking war-torn country, and neither is France. Well, not so much. France right now is a bit of a shit show right now, but that's just, for the most part, until recently, not so much. But they're coming across from France and coming here. And she was pissed off, said something about that, her opinion, got told off, went to delete it, and she still got convicted and did several months in jail, and nearly a year in jail because she put up a social media post. So do you really want to be there? I don't think so. See, we gave the gunpowder for the fireworks. Oh yeah. You want to hear something about gunpowder? Look up Guy Fawkes and the gunpowder conspiracy, gunpowder plot in the UK. You want to hear something about gunpowder? Just made me think of that. Gunpowder plot. Yeah, it's look up something called Guy Fawkes. I say Guy Fawkes, Fawkes, and look up the gunpowder plot. Something about fun, a bit of British history about gunpowder and fighting back against the the government. So, which I don't advocate for, and we do have Guy Fawkes night every year, our bombing night, but yeah, what happened there? Yeah, don't. I'm not advocating for that, another plot like that by no means whatsoever. I was saying that it's just something that happened way back in the 1605, and what they did then, I'm not advocating for now. Just want to make that clear. I don't want to get in trouble.
Up for him, and there are.
Oh yeah.
And there's one specifically. You can just write in your internet browser, whatever you have. There's it's kind of funny. There's GoFundMe, and they take 10% flat out of any donations, and then they ask for more. But then there's another one, which is a Christian-based version of GoFundMe, and they don't require anything, but they do ask, like, hey, can you maybe give us a little bit so we can keep our servers up?
No, I get what you're saying about the American colonies. I get you there. I was just bringing up something that had happened in 1605 in the UK, and it's called the Gunpowder Plot. This is something that not a lot of Canadians know about that. I only know about it because I live in the UK. And then I was in York earlier this year for my wife's birthday party, birthday celebration for the weekend, and that was where it first formulated, was in York, and there's history behind it. It's kind of cool. I don't know if you want to look into a bit of British history and stuff like that. It's just kind of something insane, and it's something that's celebrated all the time every year. We have big fireworks. So you talk about fireworks like not like main places. I mean like people go and buy fireworks. We have fireworks off all over the whole city. What area I live in, there's a big area that the community comes together. They build a big bonfire. I mean, like people just take a lashing kind of wood and kind of garbage and rubbish on, make a big huge pile, lay it on fire at night. It's usually 2 stories high. The pile of wood. Like people climbing up on ladders and stuff, putting up there. Last year we tied some bear onto a tree. And then they let off fireworks everywhere. It'll be going like all the night, and the whole community comes together. So, and it's to celebrate the Gunpowder Plot from 1605. A Guy Fawkes was part of a plot to blow up the Houses of Parliament. So, yeah.
Up and stuff. So, if you go into just type in give, send, go, and then Charlie Kirk. Look what it is. It's going to be. I noticed something very weird.
What's that?
I mean, when I checked last night, it was like $4.9 million out of a certain amount. The goal, is they could have chosen any goal they wanted. They could have chose 25 million. No, they went with 6 million.
6 million.
Yeah.
And the point is, so 6 million was enough. That's what they needed.
Why?
Whoever started it.
What's he need that for? Look here, look. He sold his Scottsdale mansion for $5.25 million back in January of this year, which was purchased. He purchased it for $4.75 million. So he made like $50 million on that. What? No, $500,000. He made $500,000 on that. $500,000. And that's from what he bought it in 2023. It was initially put on the market in the middle of 2024. And this guy said he can't find any record of him purchasing a new home. So where has he been living?
Maybe he was still living in the house. And did you ever look and see who bought Charlie Kirk's house? Was it Turning Point USA? Like it's called a tax write-off. And so a lot of these places do that though. What they do is they'll buy it. The organization will purchase the house. They still live in it, but because of that, then there's a way of like, because it's owned by the organization, then they get different tax breaks because now it becomes a company property instead of a personal property. And so, because he's the head of Turning Point USA, anyways, he still lives there because he's the CEO, and now it's the CEO's house. Right? It's kind of a loophole in a way, but it's completely legal. It's a legal loophole that a lot of these big companies do this stuff.
Weren't they saying that it was a non-profit he was running too? This whole organization,
might have
supposedly. Yeah, that's what I've seen online.
Yeah, I think it was considered a non-profit, but there's no such thing as a real non-profit.
No, exactly.
No.
But when they he fully admitted that there are several very wealthy people that are hardcore Christian conservatives, and I don't think he gave out their names or anything, but he said that is how they're basically making money to help support.
CSA's a lot of Canadian premiers are working together to lower the trade barriers because of this stuff to South USA. I wouldn't doubt it because I mean for years and years, well, for as long as I can remember living there, it was free trade between U.S. and Canada. Like we had a free trade agreement. So I think that's one thing that's really shitty that Trump has done because that has been a long standing for as long as I can remember. I've heard of the Guy Fawkes night and all that. That's pretty much when England has its fireworks. Like obviously Canada has the 1st of July for Canada Day. US has the 4th of July. big fireworks night. Here is the November 4th or the 8th. I can never remember the exact date. What it Guy Fawkes night. I can never remember. Oh, November the 5th. There we go. Yeah, and that's where they had the big fireworks displays. And there is like a big one. You can go into the city, downtown city, like where I live. There's like obviously a river. I've gone to a point where you can see it over top of that, and there's a big display that sometimes is done. But we tend to now to stay closer to us because going to that is just nuts and seeing the crowds and stuff. It's just not worth it. My kids, my wife, and stuff and myself aren't really big into big huge crowds. The one here gets busy as it is close to my house in our community, but we're able to walk to it, go see it, and then we can leave and go home and then get back home easy. We want to fight with traffic and everything else, so it's just better. Dougal Dog is Dougal Dogs. We used to observe Guy Fawkes night called Firecracker Night in Australia. Was banned by the 1970s as kids would blow odd hands off here and there off. I've heard of that actually happening quite a bit. With people. I'm surprised it doesn't happen more here. The only thing is like I have a cat, and what kids will sometimes do here is that they will tie fireworks to cats' tails. Carbonite, yes. Carbonite Sword Swinger, yes. Bonfire Night, yes. Guy Fawkes Night. And that's what we're talking about, buddy. Yes, for sure. I was gonna see who bought Carbonite Sword Swinger. You might know a bit about Charlie Kirk. Do you know who bought his house? Who? Did you get your car fixed, Sword Swinger? Yeah, find out if you want, buddy. You got your car done. Okay, cool. Wonder what's up with it. Who bought Charlie Kirk's house? U.S. House premises resolution. No. Who bought? That's right, Albarax. Nice to see you come back, buddy. No info on that for that. Oh, okay. It might be private. All right. Yeah, Jer, overused the battery when not having the engine running this weekend. Earth is flat, by the way. Well, you want to provide any evidence of that, the Sword Swinger, by all means. I'd love to see it. I'm still looking for flat Earth evidence. But guess what? I know you don't have any. All right.
Travel, security, hotels, and pay the employees for all the website, and it's basically him not really doing much in regards to making money. But Turning Point USA was definitely, out of his own words, being sponsored and funded by several very, very wealthy people.
The video I was going to I'm not going to show it on here, but I am definitely going to put it in the chat for you people to see. This has got an angle in it that none of you have.
Oh, Carbonate Sword Swinger is like, haha, I'm not Mikey. Yeah. No, I think Mikey's a unique soul amongst all of us. He's a unique soul within himself. That's for sure.
Actually, not many people have seen. And in this, it's about at the 1 minute 51 seconds mark. It shows that you can see as his shirt's open, as he leans forward, you can actually see the blood pack thing underneath of his shirt. And then when the shot supposedly rings out, you can see that's exactly right where the blood comes from, right from up under the shirt and in front of his neck. And for obvious reasons, I can't show it on here because it's gory, but it's not, because it's not real. So I'm going to put that in the chat right now. And I'm also going to...
So Albrecht, I'm not exactly sure what that's about. It looks like I haven't missed.
Man,
what the
they're
fuck?
really... This is another sign of a false flag, y'all. Is when they really push the emotional aspect of it. When they really start pushing the emotional aspect of everything, that's when you know, okay, why are they trying to touch on my Fifi so hard? Let me look at this logically. Is it kind of tragic? Yeah.
I'm sorry if keeps going out for a second. I keep seeing OBS has lost connection and connected again. So I don't know what the hell's up with OBS tonight, but it seems to be having a bit of a shit fit. I haven't had any issues.
People get killed all the time, leave family members behind. Little kids.
Carbonite, sort of figuring, I know that
as they get this idea, an affinity for them to the point where they think they know this person. Now, this is especially true. You see this with TV characters and shit. People really like.
Yes, sorry, Springer. Some people are denying that Charlie Kirk was killed. And this guy here, Jerry Fletcher, is one of them. All these guys are particularly, but yeah, he's big on this. He's also a sovereign citizen and everything else. I agree with you, Albrecht. What's going on with OBS? What is going on here? All right, are we back now? Are we back now? All right. All right. I don't know how OBS is having a freaking shit fix there. Check. Yep. Okay. I can see everything. I don't know. OBS decided to have a meltdown. So, everything connected. Yeah. Okay. All right. Refresh, everybody, if you use a refresh. No, OBS seems to have a freaking issue here. The fuck? All right. I think we're back. I think we're back. Let's try this.
A TV character like that guy. Well, you didn't know him. You knew this character, and so there was this character called Charlie Kirk. Okay, him and his wife. Oh my God, there's so much about that. They met in fucking Israel. She was in one of Trump's beauty contests that he had. Charlie Kirk was working for Trump in the first term, right out of high school. I mean, this shit is just crazy. The wife was on the Bravo TV network on a reality show called Summer House. It's just too much. So what you got to understand is that these are characters. Donald Trump even is a fucking character. Okay, that's got to make you wonder if what we're watching is really a show, and I believe that it absolutely is 100% a fucking show. What the hell is really going on? Who is really in? What the fuck is actually happening? That's what you got to start asking yourself. If this is just like a play, who's the directors? Who's the fucking who's the producer?
Jews, like one of them said, that we are the producers. We create the world, and the world is our stage.
Steven Spielberg.
Yeah, Steven Spielberg's got it. That's it. I noticed there's a bird on there.
Well, there's something interesting about it. When I looked up the Give, Send, Go, and 6 million. Like they could have landed on any number they wanted, but 6 million. Okay, whatever.
6 million.
But then I heard people say that Ben Shapiro is actually going to be picking up the reins and doing all the college stuff, but I never saw anything until today. Oh, he absolutely said that.
Mm-hmm.
And he's serious about it too. So I'm like, starting to put the puzzle pieces together.
Yeah,
something weird is happening.
Once again, Ben Shapiro has been doing freaking college freaking talks and debates for a long time, longer than freaking Charlie Kirk. I'm sure that freaking let's see, how long has he been doing this? How long? Oh. Any large numbers with a 6 in it must be a situation in the 1940s. Yeah. Ben Shapiro has been doing. I was just looking to see here. Part of the host of the Daily Wire on 2016 speaker. So Ben Shapiro speaks at college campuses across the United States. His speeches are often presented to conservative views and controversial subjects. He spoke at 37 campuses between early 2016 and late 2017. But he's doing it from 2016 until present, it says on here on his Wikipedia. activities. Just looking to see if there's anything that said he had stopped doing it, but as far as I knew, he was still doing it. Yeah, oh yeah, I see that. Shapiro was born in the 1980s, wasn't he? I think it said on as Wikipedia. 84. He's the same January 15th. Same age as my wife, so he's in his early 40s. Yeah, he's been doing just speaking at campuses for ages. So I don't know why they keep saying that he's going to take up what Charlie Kirk is doing when Shapiro's been doing it probably longer than Charlie Kirk. Shapiro is part of Barefoot News in 2012. Yeah. Oh, God, let's get back up to this. All right.
I got some. Oh.
Now you got Matt Walsh involved, and you got Michael Knowles involved, and you got guys.
Hey Jerry, I got something to share then.
What's that?
So you know how they did you see the news that they were talking about that lynching of that black guy Trey Reed at the college campus in Memphis?
When did this happen?
I mean, no, in Mississippi actually. A day or two after the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Oh,
so,
I didn't hear anything about it.
Who the first person in the United States that they termed the word lynching after? His name. Let's go into this. Was Charles Lynch, right?
Uh-huh.
So there's another Charles for you.
You know, Charles means free man.
Yeah, I know we talked about that. The other
Kirk
so,
means Kirk is a church.
And you know how Charlie Kirk was calling for public executions and he was all for the death penalty and stuff.
Yeah.
So you got this guy Tyler Robinson who they're already talking about in the news that's going to get the death penalty. Now, the first person in the United States that got the lethal injection, his name was Charles Brooks Jr. Born on September 1st. Charlie Kirk was also born in September. Well, no, died in September. That's what I meant to say with this stuff. And they say the guy Charles Brooks was also innocent, the one that first person got the lethal injection, and he was accused of killing a white man over, I don't know, some crazy story that they were going to go to this car dealership and they ended up taking him hostage, and then they were trying to steal a car to go do robberies. Supposedly, this is what they said. And, you look into that story, too, it doesn't make a lot of sense because...
So what does any of this shit have to do with the fact of Charlie Kirk? Just because they happen to have the same name Charlie, which is a very common name, i.e. King Charles, this fucking King of England right now, his name, call him Charlie. Charles. Big fucking deal. It's an old name. Yes, been around for a long time. Means nothing.
They were saying how he's innocent, and then, if you look at there's a weird interview I seen of his girlfriend at the time. She was talking about how that they're using him as like the public. Oh my gosh, the lethal injection was like an experiment, basically, because she said when she went to the funeral home that he was still smiling in the casket and was kind of like still alive. Also, there's a weird thing with connection to the Masons with that too. And
yes, exactly. I fornicated. You said, what the fuck? These are some weird, obscure connections they're making here. Yeah, they're trying to make like this, trying to find anything. Ooh, they're both named Charlie, so it must be the connected. Fucking nothing to do with each other.
Shriners and the Muslims, because he ended up transferring to the Nation of Islam while he was in jail, right? And there was a whole bunch of Muslims during the funeral, all that stuff were there, and the Nation of Islam. And then there's this guy on YouTube that was talking about it, and he starts talking about how this Mason on YouTube was talking about it, and he's a part of the Shriner organization. And what's weird too is the dude's niece, Charles Brooks' niece, his husband's name was Charles too, and he was also part of the Freemason.
What the fuck's that have to do with Charlie Kirk?
Lodge and was a Shriner and a Muslim. So you got all these weird connections that really are not making a lot of sense. Like they've been doing these.
No, none of them make any fucking sense whatsoever.
Deep psychological operations from before we were born, and yeah, it's just some shit I seen in the rabbit hole that was driving me crazy.
Thousands of years.
This fucking none of that made any fucking sense, and nothing to do with Charlie Kirk being shot. Fucking none of it. None of it is even related to each other. And the fact this Charlie here, this Charlie here, fucking this Charlie here. Oh, King Charles, he's the King of England, and he also freaking like believes in this, and oh, he had this. Oh yeah, fucking makes no fucking sense.
Not only before you were born, thousands of years.
Thousands of years, but you get what I'm saying. Like it's the stuff is crazy. If you keep looking down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, it's always down the Masons. Look, dude, my favorite friend, my best friend is a freaking Freemason, and I've talked to him a few times. You know, he's told me, and there's nothing they do some charity work here and there, and they have dinners together and they chat, and they help and they support each other, and they do stuff for the community. There's nothing fucking nefarious there whatsoever. Like shit. There's this they're a little secretive because you know what? It's nobody's fucking business what they do because they're a private organization. They do their own damn things.
A hole in YouTube and the internet. It's like you can find a lot of connections.
Hatred with mom.
Even some books with it. Go on.
Did you guys see the text messages? This is so fucking bullshit. This is bullshit. And they're saying, okay, the messages on Reddit aren't there. That means that, or not Reddit, Discord. That now they're trying to say Discord removed them off the server. And I'm going, no, Discord didn't remove them off the server. They're not real. The FBI made that shit up. Everybody's got this idea that the FBI is this fucking great police law enforcement organization. It's the biggest fucking mafia of criminals you ever saw. The most they ever do is they go and they'll find some patsy, they'll set him up, give him the explosives, give him the plans and shit, get him to go do something, and then they'll bust him for it. That's what they do, man.
Well, funny enough, there's screenshots of the Discord messages. So you can say they're not real, but they are real. Is claiming the CGI anyways, but no, they are real. People have seen them, and people have come out and talked about it. So yeah.
Right, the very first thing that got J. Edgar Hoover was that he solved who had bombed this judge. And it was him that fucking did it. For Christ's sake, man, that whole thing was born out of corruption. And we're supposed to trust him, and now you got old cockeyed Cash in there? Oh, for Christ's sake.
As a funny case, say the Olympic gold medal mental gymnastics, yeah.
Yo, Jared, do you think these things were planned? Like, I believe these things were planned long in advance, and it's like they're like what I was saying is like I feel like they're creating the same, almost exact same psyops, but then like, because this whole thing is building like this race war thing too. Like you're finding people lynched right after on college campuses.
Right.
Like this shit is insane, man.
Now I wonder if that even really happened. See,
that's what I'm saying. You know, it's
I certainly didn't hear anything about it.
Yeah, it's in the news, man.
Wow.
It's in the news.
Hey, have you guys ever heard about the Timothy McVeigh? You know, the Oklahoma City bomber?
Yeah, that too. That shit was crazy. And then that cop got killed.
No, it gets crazier than that.
I know that. Yeah.
So Timothy McVeigh was like CIA or something like that, and he's the fucking mayor of Miami, or at least he was.
What?
Identical look, and they actually mentioned in Miami, like why or was Orlando, some city in Florida, and him and some other people, one other guy during an interview, they start talking about the Oklahoma City bombing. It's like, why?
What the fuck?
Under a different name, identical look.
Well, then that means you know what that means. You guys know what that means? That means that the fittest flat earther was the mayor of a town in Florida.
The fittest flat earther was Lion Grifter, who's fully admitted on TikTok. That's where he does most of the stuff. That he's only doing it to grift, and he doesn't believe that Earth is actually flat. He's fully admitted that he's only done it to just grift along and freaking get money, which he does.
Because you guys know the fittest flat earther is actually Timothy McVeigh, right?
No, Jimi Hendrix.
No, Jimi Hendrix is Oprah.
What? Oh my god.
There's only so far down the rabbit hole I can go.
But this makes you question, how many agents do they have? You know, like how many people are involved in these secret societies and organizations that we don't know about?
Well, agents is a different way to explain. Well, the agents are usually the ones that are behind the scenes. They're just like masters, but they're the actors. Those are the ones that actually get on camera and stuff like that. So it's a little bit different. The same thing happens in the military when you have covert ops versus these different things. Like you don't really learn a whole lot about that until you dive into it a lot deeper. But yeah, it's fucking crazy. But Dave, gentlemen, thanks for having me on. I have to get back to class, teaching my evening class right now.
All right, brother. Thanks for coming up, man.
Yep, I'll be listening in the background though. Cheers.
I know, man.
You see too, why does Tyler Robinson and Charlie Kirk both have the same middle name, James?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, here's this thing that the roommate said, "What? You're joking, right?" And Robinson says, "I'm still okay, my love." Now, come on. I don't even think gay people write like that to each other. But I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I got to grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret until I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. And the roommate says, you weren't the one who did it, right? He says, I am sorry. I am. I'm sorry. The roommate says, I thought they caught the person. Now, he says, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. How the fuck would he know that?
Yeah, weren't they saying too that old guy that they caught, that he was like trying
because
to?
it was all over social media. Even I got freaking text messages like that night. My friend of mine sent me the when I found out Charlie Kirk died was last Wednesday night when it actually had happened, and there's already images of the fellow who was a suspect of shooting Charlie Kirk. I can bring it up. First suspect of where was it? They had the there it is. I think it was this one I seen. Or yeah, one of these. These were out like immediately. And he was a suspect because he had like a pellet gun or something. So when this fella here, when he was talking about that, he has seen social media because he had gone like into hiding. He'd gone home and he's seen all this shit, and he's seen these images. This was 4 days ago. This was put up. And they didn't catch the guy for like over a day or two, a few days. But these images are already up on social media and out of this guy being caught. This scene helped him escape because he had the attention of the authorities. These are the images I've seen. So yeah, he knew about this because it was all over social media. If they ask these stupid fucking questions without even thinking to look. And funny kid is, what the fuck? Timothy McVaughn is a witness protection because still running for public office. Fucking, I guess so. Utah's an open carry state, I think. I think you're right, yeah. Which is crazy because isn't Utah ran by a lot of Mormons? And Mormons are like against like all that stuff.
Be like the patsy to let the shooter go. That's what I've seen in the news. Like he was.
Yeah. But think about this. If he's on the run, right?
Yeah.
How the hell does he know they grabbed some crazy old dude? He was running away on the roof. How did he know that? And then, furthermore, what was he watching the news while he was on the run and assembling the gun and changing clothes and everything?
He had television at the same time.
That guy, wasn't he there? They said, what, 9/11 and the OKC bombing? So, I mean...
He had a console. He was carrying a console TV, too.
But look, he goes on. He says they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. Now, how the hell would he know that either? I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Okay. Then the roommate says, why? Why did
I thought he said these were, you couldn't find these. It's weird. Unfornicated, looked up real quick, and Utah is an open carry state for rifles and shotguns, but open carry is prohibited for handguns unless a permit is held. In Utah, you generally do not need a permit to carry a long gun openly. So you can carry a long gun openly.
I do it? Yeah. I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Okay. Roommate says, how long have you been planning this? And he says, a bit over a week, I believe. Now, supposedly they've been talking about it on Discord, right? What the fuck? And he doesn't know anything about it in this. See, I can get close to it, but there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. And then he said, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. And then he says, I'm worried that what my old man would do if I didn't bring back my grandpa's rifle. I don't know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in the bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the F will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Now, where'd this fucking towel come from? I don't know. Remember how I was engraving bullets? Remember how I was engraving bullets?
No, I imagine, unfortunately, the permit isn't hard to get either. No, I imagine it isn't really. I imagine you just gotta go in and probably just apply for it. It just means you have to carry your permit on you if you open carry. Yeah. So you probably just gotta apply for it, and then they'll probably just do a background check on you. I would imagine something like that, and then and if you go through all that stuff, pay your whatever the fee is, and that's it, right? And like you said, just have it on you when you do an open carry. So
that was the guy who supposedly jumped from the.
When I lived in Alberta, it used to be open carry for rifles and stuff like that. Like you could have guys could have them like in the back of like the pickup trucks and stuff. And then about 2000, they had to have an FAC, and then you had to have them locked away properly. Like to have trigger guards, and if you're transporting, it has to be in a case and all that stuff. So they got a bit more vigilant on long guns. You couldn't. You still you had to have a special license and restrictions on handguns, but open like rifles and shotguns, you could have even a rack in the back of your back window of a pickup truck. So, but not now. You don't see it anymore.
The same guy who was supposed to jump from the roof, yeah. So where the fuck he brought this gun with him?
Right. Right here, he says, remember.
Yeah, I said in front of him. He said he engraved the shell casing bit of the bullets. Fuck these guys. Yeah, he had done the shell casings, not the projectile itself. But these guys are too fucking stupid to know the difference.
Remember how I was engraving bullets? What? The effing messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge UWU on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm going to have to leave it. That really effing sucks. Now, wait, this is really weird. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. I think that was a $2,000 scope. And he says, delete this exchange. My dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it's a very unique. No, it's not. It's not very unique at all. It looks like 1,000 other fucking rifles. We saw the picture.
As that funny kid said, I have a concealed carry permit for a handgun, but I only have a single handgun, not 15 of them. Yeah, I think some people in the States go a little bit overboard. They become gun collectors, and they have a lot. I mean, there's some. I've seen some people, some videos of guys and their collections. They must have hundreds of thousands of dollars invested in different guns and this and that, and has this attachment towards this one and crazy. Yeah, I mean, I think most people in the States probably have a single handgun for for protecting your property, and then the gut farmers that have shotguns or rifles because for pest control and stuff like that. But yeah, we're not even allowed those here. Like I think you can have a rifle here if you're part of a skeet shooting, sports shooting club, or certain not rifle shotguns, or if you're a farmer. But even they have a special permit, and I think it's pretty hard to get here. Heck, you can't even carry a pocket knife in this country. So that doesn't mean it stops people, but yeah, it's
He's calling me right now, not answering. Since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. You are all I worry about, love. And the roommate says, I'm much more worried about you. And Robinson says,
you hear something mad. Now, could be wrong, and actually I've heard this, but I don't know if it's true, that you can still legally protect your property in the UK with a bow and arrow. Legally. I just wanted to see if it's actually true. You can legally use bow and arrow in the UK to protect your home. All right, I guess that's not true. I was looking to see that it goes, no, you cannot legally use bow and arrow to protect your property in the UK. Somebody told me that once, but it was bullshit. Okay.
Don't talk to the media, please. They don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. Now, at this point, for some reason, he thinks that what the fuck? None of this makes any sense. These are fake, 100%. Nobody.
What the fuck?
Fake. What the
He just read all of them. He reads them all. They all make sense, and then he goes, "What the fuck? These don't make sense. They're all fake." But he just legit sat there and read every single text message released, and then goes, "No, don't believe them. They're all fake because they don't make sense to solve. Don't make sense to solve because he's a fucking dumbass." I'm funny kids like New York, especially New York City, making battens and blackjacks illegal. I got stopped by cops for having a monkey's fist knot around a styrofoam ball on my backpack. It's smaller than a golf ball. Oh shit.
Fuck.
It's all bullshit. This is what they're selling us. And here now, Turning Point USA is in the hands of these clowns.
Those of you who think that you are going to replace Charlie Kirk, okay? Kings are born. You don't just get to depose and tell us that we're going to follow this individual, okay? I'm one of the Masons of Turning Point USA. You put a shill in Charlie Kirk's chair.
Oh no, she said the kid trigger word. Fuck. You know, she said the word of the day. No.
In Charlie Kirk's company, and you try to tell us to follow that individual, I will be an enemy of you. There will be nothing that can stop me. Okay. And I want you guys to say, this is not a threat. This is a promise. There will be nothing that can stop me. I will release every single text message. So to those of you who are trying that, I'm seeing the messages. I am telling you to back off right now. Like right now. Don't do it. Okay. Don't you think about it. I know exactly who you are. I know exactly who you were that were exerting pressure. Don't you pretend to be noble now and say nice things about Charlie Kirk and think you're going to slide into his chair. Okay. Over my dead body, which I'm sure can be arranged.
What did she just say? Did she say I'm one of the Masons? What did she say?
Yeah,
those of you who think
one of the Masons of Turning Point.
What the flying shit is?
She fucking out. She said Masons. That's it. They're all triggered. She said Mason. That's right. She said Mason. They're like, woo! Like, oh, I didn't know if I have something for that, but yeah. Fuck. It's like I need to have one that's like a siren. Mason. Like fuck. That's it. Oh, that's it. They're all triggered. They're gonna be going after Candaceones now.
Is this fucking real or am I hearing things?
Dude.
What the fuck?
And she wouldn't be in power where she is. She wouldn't be controlled. It's as simple as that.
Look, you absolute fucking dumb ass fucking motherfuckers. Especially fucking Chong looking motherfucker. When she means Mason, she's talking about fucking stone mason. That is actually a trade still a trade in the UK, and it comes down to laying the foundations of laying a rock foundation. She's one of the original masons, the ones who helped build it and lay the groundwork and the stonework and build it. That's what she fucking means, you absolute fucking lunatics.
Really just say that?
Remember the guys, even so-called truthers, who were jumping in like a freaking dog on a ham, and when they start saying, "Oh, you see this guy in the white hat, he's giving signals." You've seen that?
Yeah.
Any space advocate says, "Is it me or the Americans take politics way too seriously?" Yes, some fucking do. But then I think that's in all freaking cities, all countries really. Zach Hyde is Mason alert, yeah. Or is she space advocate, or is she a stone cutter? Reader. Sorry. I still wind up my friend who went to the Masons about that. Here keeps the electric system down. We do. The clean space advocate.
And that's more bullshit to keep you on the track of
Why
that
would
there
she
was
say
a
she's
shooter.
one of the Masons?
Well, I don't know. All right, play devil's advocate that she was one of the original builders of Turning Point USA.
But she knows what Mason means.
Just playing devil's advocate. I guess.
No. I get you, but she knows the meaning of what.
Yeah, so at least Solve has got a little bit of fucking. At least try to thought a little bit there. Probably because he probably likes Candace Owens and some of the stuff she says, because she does go into conspiracy theories and she's a flat earther. So
one of the Masons.
Well, I don't know. All right, play devil's advocate that she was one of the original builders of Turning Point USA.
But she knows what Mason means.
Just playing devil's advocate. I guess.
No. I get you, but she knows the meaning of word Mason and how it will affect people because she's speaking about them. So she was.
Mason is a fucking trade. The Freemasons, all this stuff, stonemasons. That they started out is an old trade, and that's all it fucking is. When I met somebody in Canada, somebody had gone to Canada from here. They're trained in was being a mason. They went there, in which most of the houses, most of the stuff there is built out of wood and stuff like that. And there is a large call for stonemasons like they do here, like in Europe. And he ended up coming back because he just couldn't find freaking work there. There wasn't no work for that. You can make little you could do different sculptures and stuff. It wasn't large. And he came back to the UK because there was a trade here, and people. And stone and a lot of stuff is still used here, or there's got old buildings that are maintained. So you had work here, you couldn't find anything there. That's what's going on about.
Working purpose.
Bro, what is going on? This is something crazy is about to happen with all this. I feel like this.
We all saw what Donald Trump posted on his Truth Social, right? This what the hell? Would my mouse die? Oh, am I sharing it? What the hell here?
You see them saying they're going to exile people for celebrating this, that we're going to lose everything, our house, our money, this is the news, people saying this, and Trump. This is fucking crazy.
Solve just
to be honest, are those people really fired, the ones who are making mockery? Do you know anyone?
Well, yeah, they're celebrating and mocking somebody because of their death. That's a pretty shitty thing to do. You can not agree with them all you like. But if you're a teacher or something like that, and you're celebrating as the person having their life taken, then you're not a good person and probably shouldn't be in charge of the youth.
Personally, or heard.
I don't fucking know.
Maybe it's fucking just psyop as well. There's too many freaking things going on. And if you listen to, I think it's Charles Hughes. He's the guy who was training all the military.
CSA is like the Freemasons were started because they could they noticed Masons could freely travel and become the fundamental order as end times.
CIA and FBI in a psyops. So he's saying if media is focused on one thing, you can 100% sure it's psyop. That's exactly what we see now. Where is Soph? Where did he disappear?
It's still going, but Soph took off, so they're all lost.
I don't know.
That's a good question. What happened to Jerry?
I have a few short, good videos.
Everybody's.
My fault, man.
Sorry, I was just going to ask you, Janusz. Did you see that? Did you see that?
All these guys are sitting here going, "Our leader's gone. Nobody can tell us what to think. What do we do?" They all were just so lost. Soph wasn't there telling what to do.
Everybody's.
My fault, man.
Sorry, I was just going to ask you, Janusz. Did you see that? Did you see that guy in the church going crazy and breaking all the stuff in Poland?
Oh, didn't see this one.
Yeah, some guy ran into a church. Soph showed it in the other the live before this. I put it up there. It's in. I can't tell you the minute mark, but it's like 3/4 of the way through the show, and I showed it. Some guy in Poland smashing a bunch of stuff in the middle of a service in Poland. And
was he Polish guy or some foreigner?
I have no clue. Shirtless, crazy guy.
All right. I need to look into it. I really don't look anymore in Polish.
Yeah, I know.
Politics, because just total BS, Yeah, we have the border now, so we are stopping supposed refugees, but still it's all BS, because unfortunately the government promised that they don't get any undocumented refugees, but they were fucking selling the documents to the fucking guys and bring them anyway. Fucking hell.
That is bad.
Yeah, you seen on the news too. They were talking about like World War III possibly coming. So they keep pushing all that stuff too. Like I really wonder where all this stuff is leading to. Like I really think something huge is going to happen in
the system is going to go down.
Yeah,
they know they can't pay money from the retirement funds. The market will go down, so there will be big uprising. But because it's more us than them. But if there is a war, they get rid of.
See, I don't know where Arwen is. I haven't seen him. He hasn't showed up in this one.
A lot of people.
Well, and I think they're gonna just watch us delete ourselves. While they're in their fucking bunkers or wherever the fuck they go.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
I just noticed something, and you know how the flat earthers always freaking giving a hard time over the FTFE or anybody having free having super chats and stuff. Now obviously I can't get super chats and shit like that, no big deal. But did you notice Solve here has got PayPal donations, PayPal solve some, so he's in a way he's actually asking people to give him money. He's begging for money too, just in a different way. He wants them to send it straight to his PayPal as well, or StreamYards. I don't know why he's wants to create live streams like this. So yeah, I just thought that was interesting, giving everybody else a hard time wanting see if people want to donate super chats, and he's asking for donations too.
Stuff happening all at the same time all over the place. It isn't just here too.
Oh, exactly. Correct.
Yeah, I look on a couple of websites every day, and I see a lot of stuff from other countries and stuff. And there's all kinds of political crap going on everywhere. South America, of course. Now down in the Balkans, there's all kinds of political stuff going on there. It's endless. It's just I don't think it's when we talk about this stuff, I don't just think it's us here. It's definitely all over the place. Japan had some problems during the week. I mean, it's just endless.
So anyway, I'm back. Hey,
welcome back. Would you lock up?
I don't know what the hell happened. I went, this thing just kicked me out, and that was it. Now I'm over here. This one.
That was the crooked noses.
It was. It probably was. It really was. I hate them all. Anyway, I mean, Jesus Christ, there's no reason for any of this that happens like that. I think there's some fuckery afoot.
Do you see the same thing I'm seeing, Sov, where there's a lot of fuckery afoot all over the place? It isn't.
Fuckery afoot. Well, maybe this should happen to me because I've never had freaking OBS ever give me freaking issues, and tonight I had fucking loads of issues. So, yep, it's gonna be Ironworks. That's it. He's trying to hack me. He's trying to hack me, guys. I swear.
Just here. It's everywhere.
Well, remember this? We talked about this. That Donald Trump put this out on his Truth Social, right? Now, I think Donald Trump is like the only member of Truth Social. I don't know anybody that has it or uses it or anything else, but whatever he puts out always ends up over on Twitter anyway, so I don't know why he bothers. But anyway, he put this thing out, said the great Charlie Kirk, rest in peace, and then Shlomo Pearl.
The fuck does that mean?
Yeah. Well, I got into looking at it, and this guy apparently did too, and he's found some of the same shit I did. It's in Israeli slang, Shlomo Pearl describes a gullible patsy. Someone so naive they fall for tricks and metaphorically disappear into them without a trace. The term comes from a Hebrew pun. Shlomo is a common name, and Pearl sounds like Perel, short for Pashut Ne'elem, meaning simply vanished. It's tied to Shlomo Perel, a Jewish Holocaust survivor who brilliantly deceived the Nazis by posing as an Aryan by the name of Joseph Peters, and even joined the Hitler Youth. So what's the possible
Lindsay
meaning?
Bo, how's it going? Nice to see you. Looks like I've missed most of this, but I've seen these idiots enough the past couple of days. Yeah, these guys are talking about quick rundown. They're talking about Charlie Kirk, and they think that he wasn't assassinated, and they also think that maybe the Israelis are somehow involved, or that maybe it's the FBI, or maybe it's, I don't know, freaking you name it. They think they're involved somehow, but they think there's all fake, and all the text messages are fake, all the stuff is fake. That the guy actually could have done it. That he's a patsy. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Let's look at the symbolism we've got here. We've got Donald Trump under an American flag, Charlie Kirk under an Israeli flag. Them hugging, it looks kind of gay.
Well, Canadian Space Advocate, I mean, I listened to the whole thing. I was out doing stuff today. I put it on to listen in the background in my earphones. And really can break it down to real quick. Obviously, Reds wants to know if Flatzoid admit to the fact of deleting 11 frames. And Flatzoid contradicted himself by saying he didn't delete it, but he did delete it, but he did it on accident by purposely deleting it because he wanted to get rid of the Mirage. The Fata Morgana Mirage, Superior Mirage, and to get rid of Superior Mirage, he had to delete frames, but he didn't do it on purpose. He did it on accident. That's why it wasn't his purpose. But the only way he didn't mean to. Oh no, he accidentally deleted the frames, but he wanted to get rid of the Mirage. The only way to get rid of the Mirage is to delete frames, which that's what he wants to do, was to get rid of the Mirage. He deleted the frames, but he did it by accident, but did it on purpose. There you are. That's the whole thing. And it was back and forth until eventually Flatzoid just rage quit and ran away. So, and Flatzoid kept trying to change the subject, and the Reds wouldn't let him. So that's it. And Lindsay Bo is like, of course they think it's a conspiracy. It tracks with their lack of critical thinking. Yes, 100%.
You mean, but they're hugging, and then this right here. This is good. Charlie Kirk, rest in peace. But this right here,
only tongue is missing.
Yeah, right. But you know, and I was like, what the fuck is that? Now that's blatant. That's right out there. They knew people was going to look into that, for crying out loud.
They don't care. That's what I think. They don't give a shit.
No, it's not about they don't care. They have to tell you because
they have to tell us. But
yes,
they know how stupid the masses are, so they don't.
Yep.
They don't care.
And if you bring it up to the people, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. No, I'm fucking conspiracy realist.
Yep. You ever look into MAGA? It's the highest degree in the Church of Satan. Yeah.
MAGA and Magus, yes.
Fucking crazy.
Oh, let's see. Where was I? Oh, I'm almost there where I was. Almost.
Build Back Better. Beautiful Bill, yeah.
Yeah, right. Oh, where's that other? Don't I have
BBB 666? Oh, for fuck's sake, that's all over the place.
Max Blumenthal. That's what I wanted to show. Well, this is kind of interesting. You know what I was talking about? Like they're hiding land in the Pacific, and that they're probably using that really weird fucking time zones thing to hide it with. Well, they've got that.
Oh, so you think they're hiding land in the Pacific? Because, you know, planes and boats don't fucking exist.
Well, here's the thing: is you've got that weird time difference that they have between Alaska and Russia, right? It's like, what the fuck are we?
Yeah, because time zones are fucking geopolitical. You fucking dumbasses.
Doing well. This is kind of crude the way it was drawn out. This was traced out onto an old map that somebody found. There's where that time zone thing is really weird, right there at the Alaska and Russia. And as you spread it out, you can see these continents were already drawn on this map. This is an old one.
The fuck
So
is
what do
that?
we got, man? What's really going on?
Yep.
It's kind of like what I was saying.
The circle's bigger than
Fucking all these fucking absolute dumbasses. That was fucking funny. Shit. No. No.
the circle's bigger than where the sun and moon is.
Yeah.
That's what I think. I think right now, wherever that pole goes, the sun and moon goes. So if it moves 20,000 years from now, well, is that still the globe, or is that still the plane? Or no? Well, yes, but it just moved. So,
right.
You know, it's going to freeze some areas and it's going to thaw some out, and then you're going to have to go where the sun and moon is, and that's it.
Maybe that is how it's rolling.
What in the fucking word selling shit was that?
We'll maybe know one day. Maybe we won't. Really.
Yeah.
I just know that we've been lied to about our realm. We've been lied to about our timeline. We've been lied to about every fucking thing.
So let me speak.
So we lied to everything. Everything's a lie. Fucking hell. The paranoia that Jerry must live under, solve, is just fucking. How much you want to bet he's only actually 50 years old, but he looks like he's 70 because he's just in that much fucking stress?
Please tell one thing they didn't lie about.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, that goes without saying. It's everything, probably everything you ever heard or knew.
Mm-hmm.
Can you speak because like I wasn't around this community 6 years ago, so it doesn't matter much to me. Honestly, yeah, can you specific? I wasn't around either. I've only really been into debunking flat Earth for about 3 and a bit years. But I happened to come across, I think Red's Rhetoric. I don't know if it was, must be a replay, and where it came up on his live, and they're chatting and looking into it and realizing, and then when they figured out how the frames were cut to try to make it look like the thing hit the water and splashed straight away, not went behind the curvature. That was what the whole thing was. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's just the fact, yeah, it's just back and forth. But Red's, you know, I thought it was funny. Well, the only thing funny is that Flatzoid kept contradicting himself and then trying to somehow back it up, but he couldn't. But then as soon as he tried to say that, he contradicted himself again, and then he started accusing Reds of double talk and contradicting, and Reds is like, I'm freaking not. But he tried to change the subject to being mirages, and Reds were just not having it. He wasn't interested. He's only there for one thing, and that was just talk about. All he wanted was for Flatzoid to say, yeah, I deleted the frames because I thought I intentionally deleted the frames because I was trying to show take out the mirage out of the video because I thought there's a superior mirage, and that's the only way I know to do it. And he would have done that, and Red's probably gone, well, that's stupid, and that would have been the end of it. It literally went over in like fucking 5 minutes. But you know, Keith refused to admit to anything. And he kept trying to fucking make excuses, and it just went around the fucking circles for 2 hours.
So I'm done fucking with these people. You know, we need to. I mean, people are just waking up to the reality that they're full of shit on every level. Now, this was interesting. I kind of like Max Blumenthal, so this is pretty good. Did you want to say something? No? Okay.
Yes, this is the first time I'm revealing this other than we just updated our article at the Gray Zone. Her name is Natasha Hausdorff, and we were told this by an attendee of the meeting, and I haven't been able to reach out to her. So, you know, if this turns out to be false, we'll correct it. Sure. But I trust the source because
Natasha Hausdorff. Natasha Hausdorff. Yes. Let's pull that up. Go ahead.
Hausdorff. And she was taking what Bill Ackman was doing apparently.
So now he's looking at Alex Jones. So this should be fun, yeah, because he's like a really good source of like empirical information.
He was trying to maintain his composure, but she was screaming at him. And what I heard from people in the room is that the whole meeting was a disaster. It was convened mainly to talk about the danger of Zohran Mamdani as New York mayor. And then after the meeting, or towards the end of this, it was kind of like a influencer summit, and they were taken to fancy restaurants in the Hamptons. I backed that up with photos that they stupidly posted.
Hey, Lindsay. Well, hopefully the Flames do better this year than they did last year, because didn't they do quite shit last year?
On social media. Everyone at the meeting was offered a free trip to Israel, and most of them took it. Newsmax fronted for the trip. Newsmax has become a vehicle for Israeli influence. Its CEO, Chris Ruddy, just...
I'm not being funny, but if somebody offered a free trip to me to go to Israel, I'd go, because I think it'd be cool. I've never been to Israel. I'd want to see what it's like. So, yeah, sure. I learned their history.
met with Netanyahu in Israel. And one of the influencers there, Xavier de Rousseau from PragerU, whose CEO is a veteran of Israel's cyber spy.
PragerU is a serious Zio fucking indoctrination site.
I exposed this guy a long time ago on my channel.
It's bad.
Division, Unit 8200, went to one of these starvation sites, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation starvation sites, paid for by the Israeli government, and delivered a video mocking the starvation in Gaza and claiming that Hamas leaders were eating all the ramen and therefore they were on Ozempic. This is what they're being paid to do. And then there's just a bigger issue here. I thought this movement was about America first, that Charlie Kirk was heading.
Absolutely. Just interrupt. This is Natasha right here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's her.
Okay, thank you.
And what I did was I showed the source the picture and said, was this her? And they immediately said yes.
On the 96 points last year, Lindsay was like on 96 points last year, missing the playoffs by tiebreaker in the stats. But it's got to do better this year, aren't they? Don't want to leave it down to tiebreaker crap.
All right. Yeah. Well, thanks for that. That was my, I think, Wikipedia bio. A bunch of outlets I'm no longer allowed to write for. But thanks for hosting this important conversation. I mean, this is about much more than Charlie Kirk. This is about what we've done at the Gray Zone is lifting the mask since Charlie Kirk's horrific death on a major foreign influence operation in the United States targeting the conservative movement. It's also targeted the left as well, run by Benjamin Netanyahu, who is currently presiding over a 7-front war, a genocide in Gaza, and a global assassination campaign that reaches into the U.S. ally now of Qatar, which hosts one of the largest U.S. military bases in the region. And what we have learned is not that Israel was responsible for Charlie Kirk's assassination. We have no evidence of that. So let's just take that off the table. Maybe someone will find something. It's very understandable why the public has a lack of trust in the official story, as you just came out in your...
Oh dear, so that. So soft thinking that Israel had anything to do with Kirk's being assassinated, and there's absolutely no evidence for that. So, yeah, it's all speculation and evidence. He claims without evidence, dismiss evidence. So yeah, Israel had nothing to do with Kirk's death. I honestly think it's just somebody who's got some ideologies, didn't like the fact what Charlie Kirk is saying, and somebody who just got a bit twisted in the head and decided to do something really bad.
Intro and explain, but what?
Look, 250 legislators are in Israel right fucking now.
Alex Jones is a Zionist shield. One thing.
Oh, of course.
This woman has a yellow ribbon, which stands for 7th of October. So if she's saying something, fuck her.
Yep.
Alex Jones is controlled opposition to what's fine.
Of course he is. Of course he is. And listen, so the whole thing is this: they're still going by the premise of who did it.
Happened is Benjamin Netanyahu, while Charlie Kirk's body was still warm, came out with videos and tweets trying to claim Charlie Kirk's legacy because Charlie Kirk was in many ways built up by pro-Netanyahu, pro-Israel donors, and he claimed that Charlie Kirk was the greatest friend of Israel and that the radical left and Muslims were responsible for his death before a suspect was even caught. So Netanyahu was trying to milk this for Israel's benefit, and people close to Charlie Kirk, including a longtime friend with access to the Trump administration, started talking to me through various contacts I had in Washington and in the media and telling me this is not true. Charlie Kirk was undergoing a transformation. He was actually under pressure from Netanyahu because of what we saw at the TPUSA Student Action Summit in July, where he was platforming figures who were saying Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad asset, that Israel...
Thanks, Paul. Check that out, Lindsay. Thanks.
Was actually committing genocide in Gaza. Comic Dave Smith said that. Tucker Carlson mocking the Zionist billionaire Bill Ackman. And he was under enormous pressure and they were trying to shut him down and he was defying them. He actually privately despised Benjamin Netanyahu. I learned from 2 sources, one inside the administration, that he was actually lobbying against the U.S. striking Iran in June and that he was almost alone.
By the way, you wrote that first.
Trump got pissed off at him about that too, because he was in there trying to tell Trump he was against having Trump go to war with Iran, against bombing Iran, helping Israel, all this shit. And they're going, whoa, this is so this is the story we're told. So the character went off the reservation. That's what it looks like.
First, the vice president yesterday hosting Charlie's show posthumously said that.
Well, there you go. I mean, there you go. I mean, a lot of what I reported is reflected in public statements and we're learning more. And so subsequent to my first story on December 12th about Charlie Kirk's transformation and the pressure he was under, which left him very angry, as we saw from his public appearances, and according to friends, frightened, I learned from multiple sources that there is this meeting in the Hamptons that Bill Ackman, who is a billionaire hedge funder, who's one of the biggest kind of Israeli assets in this, like most influential Israeli power brokers. I mean, he's an American, but he's operating on behalf of Israeli interests, convened this summit in the Hamptons with conservative influencers, and Charlie Kirk was there, and Bill Ackman started confronting Charlie Kirk about what he was doing at TPUSA, that it wasn't pro-Israel enough. And I just
by the way, there's a lot of clips of Kirk not naming names, but saying I've got the Israel lobby and Israel calling me and donors calling me and saying I'm anti-Semitic and I'm bad. If I even question what's going on, I think that's wrong. So it's not just Candace Owens, who's close friends with her and I trust her. It's not just rumors. It's not just a big donor saying he was scared of Israel killing him. That Harrison met with at Ron Paul's 9th birthday. It was Charlie himself said this. He said he was concerned.
And that was on with Megyn Kelly, I think, the day after the Hamptons meeting that you're talking about happened.
Alex Jones, let's just think about it. How the fuck Alex Jones is speaking now about those things and Charlie Kirk standing against Israel if Alex Jones is big supporter of Israel. You see the psyop over here.
Mm-hmm. It's like they're trying to piss off several different groups of people.
Yeah, put them against each other to make a mayhem. Ordo ab kao.
Yep, that's exactly it. Remember when I was engraving those bullets? Why would he have to put that in his text message to him? What relevance during that?
That's right.
He's so fucking obvious.
Other than, see, we have a text message about engraving bullets. Oh, shut the fuck up, man. That is a dumb.
They found the fucking engraved casings. They found the unspent ones, the rounds that hadn't been engraved and stuff, and then they found the shell that had stuff on it that was still in the rifle, because it was a lever action, so it doesn't automatically eject it.
Dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. And they said the kid hasn't said nothing. He hasn't cooperated with the people, with the cops, nothing. He hasn't confessed to anything. And really, at this point, if I was a defense attorney, I could rip that case apart that they've got.
Yeah, sure, so because you've done so well all your convictions. So I'm pretty sure somebody said something. They looked up Solve, and he tried to he tried to self-represent every single time, and he's done jail time, so his record isn't very good, so he couldn't rip anything fucking apart. As for the guy who shot Kirk, I think he's kind of trying to go for the whole mental health thing. I think he's trying to play the insanity card. By the looks of it, he's actually even in one of those. Somebody explained this. There's some guy who does a lot of commentary with incarceration. He's somebody who's done time himself. And he was speaking to a fellow who did like 8 or 9 years in Utah in penitentiaries, and that vest he's wearing is one for somebody who's on watch for the end of their life. I don't want to say the word. I don't want to get flagged on this, but just on like for self-harming and kind of watch like that. So it's something that like it's like a blanket that goes around you and you got nothing underneath, so you can't go in like shoelace or belt or socks or do anything to try to try to end their time and be a martyr or so they don't actually have to answer for the crime. So that's why he's in that. But I think the kids they're doing that because the way he's been, and I think he's trying to go put it forward a case for to do the whole like insanity plea, so that he only have to do maybe some time in a mental health hospital or something. Which I've heard that everybody thinks is better, but what I've heard it's not always better to be in mental health wards because you're a lot more restricted what you can do. Obviously you see as a patient, they got different things, and that it's down to the doctors and if they think you're a cure, and if doctors just going not going to keep you in, then that's it. You're at the mercy of a doctor. You don't have this whole thing of where you can do half your sentence, be good behavior, and you're up for parole, and then parole board has to look at what you've done and then see how you are, and you can put forward your case. I don't think in mental hospitals always have those options like that, and you sometimes can do a lot longer of a time, and it can be a lot not nearly as nice as just maybe being in a medium or minimum security facility if you're a non-violent person. So it's it's not always what people think it is.
I could rip that fucking case apart. They don't really have shit.
This was on, I believe, August.
Well, I think they have a motive, they have a weapon, and they have him driving in. They got a description of him. They have so they have pretty much pretty sure everything you need for a case, right? They can see where he had opportunity, where he went. They tracked him up to the point, so he made his gun, his his grandfather's gun, so that ties him directly to it, to the rifle, where he would have got it from. You know, like, so yeah, it's fucking. I know Solve thinks this shit, but I mean, Solve's a dumbass, so yeah.
4th or 5th, and on August 6th, he went on Megyn Kelly and complained about stakeholders who were pro-Israel treating him horribly. And he said, I have less ability to criticize Israel than an Israeli does. So clearly it was getting to him, and he was referring to this meeting. I just learned from someone who was in the room, who was at the meeting, that in addition to Bill Ackman, a British pro-Israel lawyer named Natasha Hausdorff was screaming at Charlie Kirk, like absolutely screaming at him. She is from a Israel lobby group in the UK that is like an extreme.
Let me stop you again. You told us this an hour before the show, and I dropped the ball. So let's say your name again. You said you're going to break exclusive news. You're breaking it now. We have this big Israeli lobbyist screaming at Charlie Kirk. Say your name again so we can pull her up. This is the exclusive information.
Yes, this is the first time I'm revealing this, other than we just updated our article at the Gray Zone. Her name is Natasha Hausdorff, and we were told this by an attendee of the meeting, and I haven't been able to reach out to her. So, you know, if this turns out to be false, we'll correct it. Sure. But I trust the source because
Natasha Hausdorff. Natasha Hausdorff. Yes. Let's pull that up. Go ahead.
Haussdorf. And she was taking what Bill Ackman was doing. Apparently, he was trying to maintain his composure, but she was screaming at him. And what I heard from people in the room is that the whole meeting was a disaster. Mm-hmm. It was convened mainly to talk about the danger of Zohran Mamdani as New York mayor. And then after the meeting, or towards the end of this, it was kind of like a influencer summit, and they were taken to fancy restaurants in the Hamptons. I backed that up with photos that they stupidly posted on social media. Everyone at the meeting was offered a free trip to Israel, and most of them took it. Newsmax fronted for the trip. Newsmax has become a vehicle for Israeli influence. Its CEO, Chris Ruddy, just met with Netanyahu.
Hey, Kiwi Bush. How's it going, buddy?
In Israel. And one of the influencers there, Xavier DeRousseau from PragerU, whose CEO is a veteran of Israel's cyber spying division, Unit 8200, went to one of these starvation sites, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation starvation sites, paid for by the Israeli government, and delivered a video mocking the starvation in Gaza and claiming that Hamas leaders were eating all the ramen and therefore they were on Ozempic. This is what they're being paid to do. And then there's just a bigger issue here. I thought this movement was about America first, that Charlie Kirk was heading.
Absolutely. Just interrupt. This is Natasha right here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's her.
Okay, thank you.
And what I
Shekel Grover
did was I showed the source the picture and said, was this her?
The fuck did you say? You see Shekel Grover? What the fuck is that?
Her. And they immediately said yes.
Every guest we've interviewed in studio.
Oh, buy my boner pills.
Yo, I've seen a weird connection too with Charlie.
Freaking Alex Jones grifting away. Oh, you were on night shifts at Kiwi. Oh, yeah? I'm going to probably finish this off, and then we're going to call it a night from here, because I need to get up in the morning.
Kirk and these Republicans with the Epstein stuff. So did you ever hear of the Matt Gaetz?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and he what was he doing? Trafficking children, trafficking young underage girls, having sex with them, giving them drugs. Mm-hmm. And then he's over here, you know, he's a U.S. representative, and he's part of Turning Point USA with Charlie, and going to American Fest with Charlie Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
But Charlie Kirk supposedly, you know, wants the Epstein files to get released and all this other stuff. And why would the Republicans traffic children and have sex with minors, you know?
Well, they're all, it doesn't matter left or right. It really doesn't. That's why this list hasn't come out. Because it would mean mutual assured destruction.
I bet the whole government would be shut the fuck down.
Should be anyways. You don't need to see a list now.
No, you don't.
You don't need to see a fucking list. All you have to see is all the people that, all of them. That's it. All of them. They're all guilty.
It's the pizza cost.
Oh yeah, I get the fact that Solve wants to have anarchy. He thinks the whole government, you know, does he realize if the government shuts down, then yeah, it's going to be pure chaos, and he's not going to probably do as well as he thinks he's going to. I think he's convinced he's some hard, old, gruff guy. And look at him, he's just nothing. Like he's what, maybe 130 pounds soaking wet, and well past his prime. Like he's just going to be cannon fodder in no time.
Yep. Yeah. 6 million pizzas. What is it? What is this here? Oh yeah. I know I keep these things for a reason, so.
I've told you guys the last, 4 or 5 days, Erica is not good. You guys get mad at me. You come for me in the comment section, but she's not good.
2012 wins Miss Arizona, competes in Miss USA, a pageant owned by ... Trump. Okay, want to know something really weird? So she had said in a podcast that she had never competed in pageants and had never done any modeling before until one day she receives an invitation in the mail to become a model and start doing pageants. And the pageants that she started doing were Miss USA pageants owned by Trump. So she modeled for Trump. She was one of Trump's pageant girls. But did you know that she was also a casting director at the same time that she was doing all this stuff for Trump? Now, she doesn't specify on her website if she worked as a casting director for Trump. But around the time that she was claiming to be a casting director, she also owned a ministry that was working with the U.S. military in Romania. The area in Romania where she was operating this ministry had a bunch of locals accusing these evangelical ministries of kidnapping children and trafficking them out of the country.
Crazy,
these children were being found
Oh shit.
in the UK, in Israel, and were also being sent to undisclosed private islands. Locals demanded authorities look into it, but they never did. Now, Charlie Kirk really wanted the Epstein files released, but did his wife? Prior to marrying Charlie Kirk, she was a multi-millionaire on her own. And since his passing, she's also amassed all of his wealth, plus an additional at least $5 million in donations. She's currently considered the most powerful woman in the United States, with mega fans begging her to run as vice president in 2028. Let's talk about their first date, because it was actually a job interview. Back in 2018, 2 years after Donald Trump had started working with Charlie Kirk had hosted a Turning Point USA opening event for one of the offices that they had opened. And Erica and Charlie Kirk were introduced to each other. Charlie Kirk instantly thought that she was beautiful, but thought that she was really smart. And allegedly, one of their mutuals had suggested that Charlie Kirk hire Erica. I'm assuming it was Donald Trump or someone on his team, because Donald Trump had signed on to work with Charlie Kirk, and Erica was already one of Donald Trump's employees. So it would make the most sense for Donald Trump and his team to encourage Charlie Kirk to hire Donald Trump's employees. Anyways, Charlie Kirk DM'd Erica, invited her for a job interview. The job interview ended up turning into a date, and Erica allegedly had said, "You're not going to be my boss.
You're going to be my husband," is what she said. What y'all failed to realize is we've been down this hole so long, we know that all this has been scripted in order to bring out the truth. You guys call us crazy. You guys call us sick. You guys call us whatever you want. At least we're not willfully ignorant.
Yeah, you are, because it's not there to give you the truth. It's there to usher in a fucking new world government with you out of the fucking ashes of chaos.
These
cue cards. Like even Charlie Kirk even talked about the fact that his first meeting Erica, and he was so impressed with her. Now you can't force somebody to fall in love with somebody. Like, you know, it's either it happens or not. So maybe if the people knew Charlie Kirk, I met Erica and realized, kind of knew her a bit and went, these two would make a good match, or make good business partners, or maybe they knew that, these two matchmaker, they're two peas in a pod. They really seem like they work together. I've done it. I've helped set people up before, and it works, and it works, and there's it doesn't, right? But it's fucking sounds innocent enough. These guys are trying to look into everything they can.
Man, I swear to God, they're so fucking hopeful. Oh, the hopium. God damn it. Oh.
So that proves they're all, dude, I don't even know what to fucking say. So they're all fucking PDF files, man. They're all fucking, oh,
yeah.
God, bro.
Yeah. Now we've got, what's this thing they've got now? What are they calling it? 50 states in Israel or some bullshit. Hold on, where is that? Have you seen about that? Yeah, look at all these legislators. Look at all these legislators of ours. There they are, all of them in Israel. Look at that. What the fuck are they doing over there?
They should all be in jail. That's where they should be.
Damn straight. Damn straight.
Why? Why should they all be in jail? Because you guys don't like them? So you think that they should be overthrown and all thrown in jail because you're all freaking anarchists. The Saul think that he could run the government better. He probably fucking does. And honestly, he'd have not a fucking clue he's doing. They're all probably there because it's a whole publicity thing, or maybe they had him there because it's whole building relations back and forth, because Israel is allies to the United Kingdom, or the United States and United Kingdom. And maybe they had it there for a summit. Who fucking knows, right? Maybe want to go learn about Israel and Jerusalem and stuff like that. Being that it's like the home of Christianity.
What is that thing? Oh, did you guys know too that also, the first guy that they caught? The guy that said, "I did it, just shoot me." The old guy, George Zinn, with all the coincidences?
Yeah.
Okay, well, here's another one. 71-year-old George Zinn, the man who was first detained and falsely claimed to police that he had shot Charlie Kirk moments after the attack, has now been charged with possession of child pornography.
Bro, I don't even know what the fuck to say, man.
Come on, man.
And that has nothing to do with anything. He's some crazy old guy that fucking whatever was part of. He tried to cover up the assassin for Charlie Kirk. So this seems to be part of maybe he's part of this some freaking dirty old man. He went to a rally with a freaking BB gun. What they expected in, and it said something. So he's probably not quite right in the head. I mean, there's nothing to do with Charlie Kirk or all that shit.
Hits just keep on coming, don't they? The hits just keep on coming. Where is that damn thing? I know I put it on my.
So the question is, what are people gonna do to take them down? Like, that's what I want to know. Like, what if they can't see all?
As Unfornicated said, they are allies, and how many have been to other countries in a group? Exactly. What the G Summit, G7, G5, freaking all those like that. They have all these summits all the time for different things, and usually a whole bunch go, and you got a whole bunch of people go, because they're all dealing with whatever they have. People with other countries they deal with, they may have be along the same lines, so they go there to chat and make deals with or to work things out with. So yeah.
All this, what we got to do? Somebody.
That's what they're all over there for. That's what they're all over there for, right there.
Well, this is was 50 states won Israel. Let's see what this is. I'm probably spelling shit wrong now. It was 50 states won Israel. Let's see here. I'll read this here. Right up on the screen here. 50 states won Israel was a conference held in Israel in September 14, 2025 to September 18, 2025 for state legislators from the United States and members of the Israeli government. Hosted by Israeli foreign minister, the conference was described as the largest delegation of elected officials to visit Israel, according to Lori Deputy Director of North America at the Foreign Ministry. Lawmakers, including state legislators from all 50 states, were all in attendance. State legislators began receiving invitations to the conference in early May 2025. The conference including travel is paid entirely by the Israeli government, according to the July 8, 2025 letter. The Oregon Representative David Gromberg sent Israel's Consultant General to the Northwest. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs will provide round-trip economy airfare from New York to Tel Aviv, including domestic U.S. flights to New York City, and all country transportation accommodations, meals, and guided programming. 5 lawmakers from every state were expected to attend. Conference attendees scheduled to arrive September 14, 2025. On September 15, 2025, attendees visited the West Wall and the Church of Holy Sepulchre. I'm going to probably butcher that. Later, Foreign Minister Gordian Sayer urged American lawmakers to pass anti-BDS laws in their states. What's anti-BDS laws? In the evening, Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, gave a welcome address to the delegation. On September 16, 2025, attendees visited communities impacted by the October 7th attack. On September 17, 2025, President of Israel, Isaac Herzog, addressed the delegation, saying the Israelis' ironclad bond with the United States of America exists because we drink from the same fountain and the values of the Bible. Attendees are scheduled to depart Israel on September 18, 2025. So I think it was a thing to kind of show them around, and those are all kind of what they say. Attendees drink from the same fountain and the same fountain, the values of the Bible. So they all kind of trying to kind of bring some cohesion, I guess. Anti-BDS laws. And it's curious what anti-BDS laws are. In anti-BDS laws or legislations that relate against those to engage in boycott, divestment, and sanctions. With regard to the Arab-Israeli conflict, many supporters of the State of Israel have often advocated for or implemented anti-BDS laws, which effectively seek to retaliate against people and organizations engaged in boycotts of Israel-affiliated entities. Most organized boycotts of Israel have been led by Palestinians and other Arabs, with support from much of the Muslim world. Since this second infidelity, sorry, I'm messing some stuff up. Intifada, in particular, those efforts are primarily been coordinated at an international level by the by a Palestinian-led BDS movement, which seeks to mount as much economic pressure on Israel as possible until Israel government allows the independent Palestinian state to be established. Anti-BDS laws are designed to make it difficult for anti-Israeli people and organizations to participate in boycotts. Anti-BDS legal resolutions are symbolic and not binding, primarily condemnations. Either boycotts of Israel or the BDS movement itself. Generally, such condemnations accuse BDS of closeted anti-Semitism, charging it with pushing a double standard and lobbying for the anti-legitimization of Israeli sovereignty, and often followed by laws targeting boycotts of Israel. Against those engaged in boycott on punishment and sanctions. All right. Okay. Opponents of anti-BDS laws claim the BDS is a form of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism and such laws legislate against hate speech. Opponents claim that Israel's supporters are engaged in lawfare by lobbying for anti-BDS laws that infringe upon the right of speech, the right for freedom of speech, and conflicting anti-Zionism and criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. The specific provisions of anti-BDS laws vary widely. Legislation in any degree against boycotts of Israel is prevalent in much of the Western world, especially the United States, which has been Israel's closest ally at the national stage since the 1960s. Conversely, legislation promoting or enforcing boycotts on Israel is prevalent in much of the Muslim world, with the most prominent example being that the Arab League boycott of Israel, which was first imposed in 1945 as part of the effort to weaken the Yishuv by targeting the Jewish economy in the British Mandate of Palestine. Right. I see. Okay. So they're trying to kind of promote and get people, the states to kind of pass these anti-BDS laws, which go against the boycott against the Israelis. Okay.
God. 50 states want Israel. What? What the fuck is that? And you're right, every one of them fuckers should be hanged for treason. Every one of them.
He actually didn't fucking look into it and see what it was all about. Why would he hung for treason? It is a close ally of the U.S. that had brought the lawmakers there because each state kind of has its own like state laws to try to help encourage them and talk to them about passing some anti-BDS laws, which would then stop boycotts or different things being propagated that go against Israel. So Israel is doing it in Israel's interest for economic and for have different sanctions and stuff against them.
There's old Raj. Hey,
That's no
Raj,
problem.
what's happening? Hey,
Now,
Raj.
think about this for a minute. Wouldn't that be a great way to get out of the political game? Make it look really legit. You know?
Well,
become
I don't
a
know.
martyr and a household name at the same time.
You guys want to see what a 30-06 really does?
I don't know what it does. Ugly.
Find it. That's wild. In high speed, it doesn't look totally different on the fragmentation, but once it's expanded, all the water is thinner droplets, the chunks are smaller. It converted a lot more energy into it. That blew apart a lot more, like naked eye-wise. Find it.
Yep. You see the video? Nope. You see the video with the dummy? It blows the dummy's head off.
Yes.
That's
yes.
ridiculous, man.
When I was growing up, all the guys up on Uwari up there, they had 30-06.
Yeah, well, well, I know that looks good. And it will do that, and obviously you got to think like that's a hard shell with like something very soft in the inside, being like I used to take like pumpkins or watermelons I'd buy, and I used to have a katana I'd bought, like a cheap one. It was only stainless steel. It wasn't like anything. It wasn't like a Damascus blade. I had a good Damascus one, but I didn't want to get rusty, so I didn't use it for shit like that. And I used to chop through stuff like that, no problem, right? With just me with a kind of sharp, cheap sword I bought from the flea market. But as I said earlier, when I showed that when Roger said that nobody had actually talked to one of the doctors that worked on Charlie Kirk, I found a report where somebody had. Now it was 9 days ago, so maybe 9 hours ago, so maybe this was last week. This had came out, so maybe he hadn't seen that. But so updating information. Now they said that the way it had gone in through his neck, and actually gone because it come from a high angle. It come in, went through his neck, hit here, and it was in a trajectory down. So it never had an exit wound, but it went into interior and actually bounced off and hit his bones, and never had an exit wound. So what that bullet probably did do is went in, hit something hard, would have probably ricocheted off, and probably diverted a different way. So not only was he having the major bleed there, but internally that freaking, having no exit wound was probably even worse, because then that projectile was going somewhere in that body and ripping and shredding all sorts of stuff. So not only is he externally bleeding, but he's internally. The poor guy didn't have a chance. Even if they had somehow had enough pressure to control the bleed on the neck, carotid artery, freaking high pressure, a lot of blood, doubt it. But the internal bleeding would have done him in. That's it. He was just mush. So yeah, that kind of actually shows that what probably happened inside of him, and probably hit a rib, maybe hit like something. You got like the bones for your lats, and on the back there you got the bones that go going to your actually shoulder. Those are quite decent, and as well as your rib cage, freaking yeah, it would have tore him up. So.
And they had them fully automatic. I sit up in our tree stands and just shoot deer constantly.
Hey, did you guys know that this guy, Robert Kirk, Charlie Kirk's dad, right? He's Charlie Kirk's father, and he's an architect who was involved with the construction of Trump Tower. How about that? Well, just these people all just are closer than a West Virginia family, ain't they? Holy shit.
Maybe it could be a coincidence. Who knows, right? He's an architect. Maybe he's a good architect in the area.
And now we got these bastards that all.
Don't say it, even.
You hear about that? It was just this old boy from up in the holler, and he got married, and he's supposed to be gone on his honeymoon, and he came home the next day. His parents were like, "What happened? I thought you were on your honeymoon." And he says, "Well," he says, "I got with her, and we were getting ready to have the honeymoon." And she said, for me to take it easy because it was their first time. And I thought, damn it, if she wasn't good enough for her own family, she ain't good enough for ours neither.
This is a joke, by the way, people. That was actually a joke.
Oh.
These inbreeding motherfuckers.
Nothing read about it at all.
That's what they are into.
So we're going to talk about our unpaid-for government. Now, this is Mark Rubio kissing the wall, and he proposed a bill that if anybody criticizes Israel, they should have their U.S. passport taken away. Yes, so if you question anything, you shouldn't be here anymore, which I don't know if they're going to give us first-class tickets or not, but let's go through it. And it's weird because Henry Ford wrote about this back about in the 1920s, and they considered his book anti-Semitic. And that term anti-Semitic or Nazi or fascist came from the communist regime so that they could brainwash people into believing that they were doing the wrong thing by questioning the narrative. And there's this little document, Protocols of Zion, from the Bolsheviks that talks about how they will use the government as pawns for their agenda. And it gets deeper when you find out that communists are Khazarians or Charzarians. And it's so weird that they don't want us questioning anything. Look at this. This guy made up the whole story about World War II, that he was in a camp, and even faked his tattoo. Did he get any money is the question? And it gets deeper when you find out that this whole situation. Don't question anything they say, because we're going to deport you. And people should question numbers about everything. I mean, there were books that kind of showed a little different story, but, you know, those aren't talked about. I wonder why they don't want us questioning anything. Maybe this one? Involvement in transatlantic slavery. Wow, that really kind of changes the whole narrative of what I was taught as a kid. I don't know.
Jewish Museum, Memento Mori, and the Dutch and Jewish involvement in transatlantic slavery.
I'm going to leave you with one last clip, and you can just kind of decide for yourself.
Europe has not yet learned how to be multicultural, and I think we're going to be part of the throes of that transformation, which must take place. Jews are going to be at the center of that. It's a huge transformation for Europe to make. They are now going into a multicultural mode, and Jews will be resented because of our leading role. But without that leading role and without that transformation, Europe will not survive.
Wow. Well, isn't the Monsanto family part of that slave trading thing too?
Am I sharing my YouTube studio page? Yep. I am. Sorry, people. Sorry about that. It is getting late, and I'm starting to get tired here, so I'm going to try to get to the end of this. Thanks for that demo.
Monsanto, yeah.
Yeah, they brought slaves over from Africa, and they were run by the Rothschild family. They traded with them too, with all the major money makers around the shipping lanes and stuff. They would trade.
I don't think the Rothschilds were around when like slavery was in the States. I mean, I could be wrong. Trying to figure out my password. Screw you.
Slaves into Europe and America too.
Yeah, there were ships. There were ships that they that were owned by them.
Yeah.
That they used.
So this guy here, I'm going to show. He's a Jewish Israeli intelligence officer. His name is Ari Ben Benash, and he confirms Netanyahu is blackmailing President Trump.
Shocker.
I believe that the American government is sort of trapped by the Israelis. Jeffrey Epstein is one of their tools to trap them.
And what do you think of Dershowitz's denial?
Hold on a second. I want to give you an example.
Fornicated, I'm pretty sure that my stream key wasn't being displayed there. At least I don't think it was. I think I was just showing my stream health, so I'm all right.
Bill Clinton, President Bill Clinton, Ehud Barak met Arafat in the 90s, and there was no deal. The reason was Epstein. They were being blackmailed by Epstein. Ehud Barak was also a friend of Epstein, the prime minister of Israel at the time, but he was being blackmailed by the Israeli right wing as well. And they...
I know you see my chain, mate. I need to see my chain. Let's play into it.
Stopped an agreement with Arafat. They were about to reach.
CSA, I don't think I have Susan fornicated. I don't think I have as many subs as you do, so I'm working on it though. I'm trying to catch down on fornicated, but he keeps me up faster than I am, I think.
An agreement there for a two-state solution, but that was stopped because of Epstein. They were both being blackmailed by Epstein.
And so Jeffrey Epstein, in a way, presumably being used as a tool by the Israelis, helped to change the course of history in this region I'm speaking to you from.
Of course, they changed thing, and they trapped a number of U.S. presidents by using Jeffrey Epstein. And it wasn't only about sex, it was also the money issue. Where was the money coming from? But everything is stuck over Gaza. And I believe the Israelis have the American government captive due to what happens with Epstein, or what happened in the past with Epstein.
I mean, it's all, I mean, you can see it all about Epstein, but it's a lot of all conjecture and and what ifs and just making stuff up. And yeah, and CSA, you're past 300, so I'm pretty sure I need to see what you have, because I only have like 220. So, but then I'm rather new at this still, so this is a new channel, so it's growing slowly. We try to keep going here.
Rupert Murdoch, newspaper, Wall Street Journal, put out that card or something, a birthday card Trump sent to Epstein. Where do you think they got it from? And I don't think Trump wants to continue this war or the genocide. I think it's the Israelis holding him back.
Given how much maverick power he has to create peace in South North Korea, in Palestine, in all these different places, one might ask, why do they need Jeffrey Epstein? Why can't they just assassinate Donald Trump? I know there's a lot of speculation. There has been that John F. Kennedy was assassinated with Israeli intelligence help. Why do they need things like Jeffrey Epstein?
Somebody tried to assassinate him, didn't they? Before the election.
Why is he smiling about that? He said that with a little smile on his face. That's a bit kind of nefarious, don't you think?
It doesn't always work. I'm not sure what's going to happen, because, people look at these pictures of starving children all over the world, and there's a lot of pressure on these politicians to say enough, to tell them enough is enough. I'm not sure how far this will go. And I think the Israelis are committing harakiri on themselves or by doing this, because eventually they will be stopped.
Now, that is where the GCC countries arguably can leverage financial power to replace AIPAC lobbying power, as it were. Do you believe that Trump can begin to leverage some of that Arab world, Global South, BRICS world power to be able to end the genocide?
No, I believe that he can end the genocide right now if he just stops being scared of the Israelis. What are they going to say about him? How many girls did he...
I'm pretty good to sit down. Well, he was Valley Ranch, and they helped with subs. So did getting rated by MC2 on the streamathon. Yeah. Yeah, I'm working on that on the voice thing, by the way, for yeah. For the national park crap. Yeah, my brain's starting to shut down here, so I'm going to hurry this up. But I am working on that, by the way. I'm trying to get the voice done for that. So
he abused, how many billions of dollars he took. Let them say whatever they say. He should stop the genocide. Let them do whatever they want to do.
Yeah, I mean, Earl Cygnus says we support the nation plenty, but the leadership is not proving themselves. These genocidal maniacs. It's a freaking shit show over there. And I think just today, I think Keir Starmer from our Prime Minister has said that recognized the Gaza Strip, the Palestine as a state. So I think it's I believe that's like something to say, recognize that they'll put it through, that they'll become like their own kind of country or state, which then I suppose then they'll be protected. They're going to get some some protections or some seat or stuff like that. So kind of like what happened with Israel was formed in 1940s. Now they're going to say the same thing for Palestine, which I thought Palestine was a state anyways, so they're on their own separate state. But I think there's stuff there. I'm not 100% up on that stuff. So I don't know the ins and outs of what, why, what. Astro Shorts, we got most of my stuff. Yeah, I need to get out and do some more astrophotography stuff. I think that would help out. I do have a channel for that. So I got a few that I haven't processed yet. They need to process my computer as well. So I've just been busy with a lot of stuff. And then the weather's been shit.
Morality should take over. I encourage him.
But how does somebody who abuses children even have any fucking morality?
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Good question.
He's more worried about his own ass. He loves himself more than the country, more than anything. He thinks he's the greatest thing in the world, and he thinks you're supposed to think that too. He really does. He's full of himself, boy.
I want to know what people are going to understand. They're all in bed with each other.
Most politicians think they're like God's gift and think they're the greatest thing. I mean, that's kind of, I think, isn't that prerequisite to becoming politicians? You have to think that like you're the greatest thing ever and that you're going to be like this super huge big deal that's going to solve all the problems. That's why people vote you in, because you talk a big game and they want, and I got people believing it. That's all politicians are liars and self-serving freaking greedy bastards. You vote for the one whose lies and self-serving are gonna inadvertently help you. So that's kind of the way I was told to look at it when it comes to voting for politicians.
It's not Israel trying to control the U.S. They're working with them, man. They're all in conglomerate together.
It's like that. You ever listen to that song "Dogs" by Pink Floyd? It's on the Animals album. You need to check that out.
Yeah.
Listen to it carefully.
Stop the genocide at any price.
Yeah.
Robert Maxwell was an incredibly intelligent man. He was trying to leverage things against the Israeli state, perhaps financial deals for his company. Look what happened to him. Can't the Israelis every time tell Trump, you try and mess with us? Someone is clever, and people can look up Robert Maxwell's heroic wartime record. They can still kill you.
I can't comment about that, but I hope Donald Trump will have the interest of the United States and the Middle East at heart and do the right thing.
Sure he will.
What's the difference between Trump and Bush? That's my question, but okay.
Right.
They're part of the same party.
They got
We're
everybody
gonna
duped, man.
We're going to wind it up here in about the next 5 minutes or so because got to work in the morning, guys. Got to work in the morning.
I want to give you an interesting thought to go on. I went to it. NASA gave me a screenshot of the Earth from space, right? So I clicked on it. Now they gave me a JPEG to download, and I clicked on the download, and you know where it took me to? It took me to an OnlyFans site.
Of course it.
Sure, Roger. Sure. We believe you. And that was, you see, NASA sent us something to look at and it took an OnlyFans thing. What Roger did is he accidentally clicked on this history and then clicked the site through that and clicked the link. That was probably what it was. The search history, Roger. That's what that was, buddy.
It did, yep.
Did you donate money immediately?
No.
All right. You're okay.
Yeah, thanks. And get on that list on the OnlyFans club, and then you're right there.
Hello, hey, we saw you were on OnlyFans, yeah.
Like, what were you doing over there, boy?
Is this an Arby's? What is this, an Arby's commercial? Oh, wait, no, it's OnlyFans.
I came in at an odd time, odd conversation here.
Are you kidding? Freaking Roger and John and freaking Solve, they don't watch OnlyFans, they watch oldie fans. They're on there with all the freaking geriatrics.
It's the internet, man. Ain't me.
You're right. Well, good evening, guys. I heard it was shutting down in 5 minutes, so I'm lost. Yeah, I just wanted to say what's up, man.
You don't have
you remember in those text messages, just real quick, in those text messages supposedly from the shooter, he said that was a really unique rifle. Huh. That's not unique at all.
Oh, that looks modern.
And I'm looking at it and I'm like, I've got a 22 mag that looks exactly like that.
Kiwi Bush says Roger should call his dad on live streaming and do an interview about radar. That'd be fun. That would be fun. Didn't we see that happen where what the fuck was it? FTFE got a flurf to call his dad about something, and his dad pretty much just ripped the flurf apart and called him a dumbass. That was funny. What was that guy, Trump-tastic or something did that? That was fun. You're saying it's not unique, right? You know, it's probably unique in different ways. The scope is pretty unique. Probably the wood, you know, it's black, but I said instead of being probably more having the wood grain, it's been painted black. It's probably got a different pattern to it, grain to it. It's pretty unique, as in the fact that maybe it's looks like it's been blacked out and kind of tarnished a bit. There's probably a lot of details you wouldn't know, maybe how, the strap mounts or something, or there's no strap on it.
Exactly. And that's not a $2,000 fucking scope, I'll tell you that right now. That is not a $2,000.
How do you fucking know? As you looked into it, you don't know. The big thing about scopes, anything, being friggin' telescope, friggin' binoculars, or friggin' like this, is the glass, it's the optics in here. That's what it is. It's all about the lenses and how good they are, and how, and obviously you pay for better lenses and the coating and how many lenses there are, then the more money they're worth. You can't just look at a scope and go, that's not $2,000 scope. I mean, here's one here. I just brought up a thing. It's a comparing. It says R long range, and here is a $1,000, $2,000, and $3,000 scope. Now, can you just look at that and go, that's not $2,000 scope? Well, hold on here. Let's look at the one that's in this one here. Fuck, that looks a lot like that middle one. And normally when they lay these out, that's the one. So. There you are, $1,000, $2,000, and $3,000 scopes. If that's a $1,000, $2,000, or is that the $1,000, $2,000? Does it really matter? Out of these two black ones, which one's $1,000, which one's $2,000 scope? Maybe that one there would be a $2,000 scope? Like, fuck, you can't just look at it and tell you. So that's just solve this being a contrarian and just being a freaking dickhead.
$1,000 scope.
I told you, I sent you the websites of Mauser, so you saw the website of the modern Mausers. Yeah. That's a modern Mauser.
Yeah.
That's not an old one.
You know what strikes me about that setup there, though, man? That big ass scope on that little pea shooter, and do they know how much the bullets?
Pea shooter. That's a 30-06, bro.
Yeah, that's
it looked like it. Oh no, okay. Well, it's the background that threw me off. Then it just looks smaller because I've shot a 30-06. Oh.
Fucking this RG thinks it's like a freaking like 22 caliber rifle. He just looked at it, that's not 30. That's a pea shooter. Fucking dickhead.
Okay. It looked like a 30-30 or something like
even a 30-30. You could kill a buffalo. Why do you think they when they would hunt buffaloes? Yeah, they hunt
it just looked. Yeah, it looked. I don't know. The scope looked a lot bigger than the gun itself, and I was thinking it was like a 22 caliber or something.
It's got a penetrated elephant skull, man. You got to think about that for a minute.
Yeah,
that's a 30-06 right there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my uncle used to hunt with 30-06.
It's got a lot of energy because it's a heavy bullet, and it's got a lot of powder behind it.
Oof, that skin just ripped right off of it.
Uh-huh.
Well, they don't want any repercussions for anything they do at all, especially a scene like this. So they're gonna cover.
Well, they've already got it cleaned up, Roger. They've already got the fucking scene cleaned up. It's cleaned up. They started doing some construction there too.
Really?
Yeah, of course they did. Yeah.
Oh, suddenly they closed the whole place down and tore it all down. Sorry.
Sure.
Huh.
Damn Jews. Hey, I was curious. Did y'all see that little
black
fucking
dickheads? Instantly right there, turning down damn Jews. Like freaking anti-Semitism, and this lot is just freaking. You can see it just like gleaming off of all of them. Like fucking So
Next to
shitty.
Charlie Kirk's shirt on his right.
They're saying
chest,
that
and then
that's a microphone.
oh man,
For YouTube,
the microphone went right through his neck. Whatever that microphone was.
The Charlie said, yeah, the thing with his shirt too, there was a cord that was going to earpiece with his mic and all that.
Yeah.
My
But
buddy
that-
was showing
in that-
the
in that
connection
link-
of.
Listen, in that link I put in the chat earlier, I'll put it in again. Let me see if I can find it again. You'll see the whole. Let me see, where is it? It's just his whole the whole rig. You can actually see it down his shirt.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely a blood squib with central casting.
Hey,
you know.
Kiwi Brush, I had I knew a fella back in Canada that was really into his airsoft. Was airsoft or a paintball? But the money he had in some of his stuff, his gear, like some of those guns. He had a gun look like a freaking 50 cal sniper rifle that was like he used to go and like compete and stuff. And it was insane. It looked really cool, but it was worth some money. Some of them, like they're nuts. And D-Man is quite proud of his vast ignorance. Yes, he certainly is, Errol Cygnus. Yeah, and sports. You get into the guns and stuff, you get really expensive. I used to have a quite nice little 22 cal with a rifle on it. When I was a kid, that I had for a few years, and it was worth some money. And I ended up trading it for a motorbike.
Yeah, it's got a pump in it.
I think it had a pump on it. And they probably pumped that. You saw the way the blood gushed out like a fountain out of his neck.
Well, and they didn't have any, like the people carrying him. There was no blood trail. They didn't get no blood on their clothes. Nothing. That would be like if he had a pulse. That shit would be.
All right, you said this a few times here. Can anybody tell me what that is there? And what that is there? And what that is there? On this side of his arm here? Because I'm pretty sure you can see that. See, these guys these never fucking take a second to look, do they? Just never take a second. Just going to the hospital. No, that's not. I don't think that's him. No, all the shirt and everything is different. I mean, they're trying to hold and stop it, but yeah, and these guys are definitely covered in it. I don't know where it is. I haven't. Somebody told me that there's a different shot, like a different camera angle when Charlie Kirk is hit, and you can see the spray and everything. Like it's insanity. I've seen an unfiltered one where he is hit. It's definitely. It's not like something from the blood pump or something like that. It's almost like Kill Bill sort of stuff. Not quite as like extreme, but you know what? Yeah. All right.
Be coming out, man.
Yeah, in the neck too. Come on, yeah.
And the blood didn't even look like it was staining his white shirt. So,
See, my buddy did a I could put a link in. I'll make it quick. But my buddy, he was putting.
And funny case, I need to go find go back and find forget. So his radar drawing, yeah, with the one where he's like was it he was reviewing FTFE when he was talking to Roger Ledwell. That was funny as fuck, yeah. RG the moron, yeah.
Putting some pieces together about the guys in the background doing the hand signals. Well, they tied them to some Jewish central casting guys, and it was in a picture with 5 other guys. And you know that popular like he's an Army Ranger. His name is Jocko. Well, he was in a picture with Jocko, and he was it was an official White House picture, some kind of gathering they did years back. Yeah. So they were connecting to.
Some of the signals are because the security force, a lot of them are current or ex-military, and they use those because it's a way of signaling. Because instead of having radio, or if there's too much noise, they use hand signals to say this way, or to say everything's fine. Like he's doing that, going all clear, or is somebody's seeing the guy go to this person, like somebody's of interest, and they got people in the crowd and they're signaling to them. And you need to go left, right, go forward, and then like who the person is. It could be the person with a cap and this cap to the right, or like this. And so there'll be signals, and they have these signals so they can communicate to people, to all their all the people, like the security, plainclothes security in the crowd, in case somebody looks dodgy, shifty, or somebody's causing a problem, so you know which way they're doing. So because people up front there who can see the whole thing, and then they can signal, and they're kind of signaling, letting guys know. There, so it's fucking really obvious. That's what it is. Not only obvious, you can see people talking about that and explaining how all this works.
Nuts.
Yep. I'm gonna put this in the chat again for anybody that missed it. Definitely go check that out.
I'll see it. I'll have to check it out.
No, I get to the live. Maybe it'll let me know. No,
it's an X. Okay.
But yeah, that's a pretty good. It's a pretty good little breakdown video. It's only how long? About 4, almost 5 minutes long. Pretty good. Check it out. I guess anybody got any last words, and I'm going to shut her out, man.
Unfortunately, yeah, I think it was in the Roger debate, like when Roger had all those different people in, and then Flatzoid or Flatzoid, whatever, they were reviewing it on their Flyers Friday, which is actually done on Thursday or some shit like that, and so they're looking over it and stuff like that, and then bringing it up.
Oh yeah, and I also thank Mikey for coming up and sharing his stuff with us. That was really cool. And remember, his link is in the description. Go ahead and go to it if you haven't already. Go over there, give him a subscribe, check out his videos, ask him any questions you might have. So, anybody got anything they want to add before we
Roger,
go?
you got anything going on, Roger?
Yeah, I got a show in about 30 minutes.
All right.
Okay, cool. So y'all head over to Roger Ledwell.
Yeah, man. I was trying to hang out with you last night, man, but it kept kicking me off. Restream or whatever program that was.
Yeah. Are you on YouTube, Roger?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Is that?
No, I'm funny kid. I think it was actually Roger. I think it was in that chat because they were reviewing the debate when FTFE came on, and then it was on Flatzoid, and Flatzoid brought up the drawing, or brought up the diagram. I think he found something online or some shit like that, or no, I think it was that, or if he drew it himself on Paint, but it was them reviewing FTFE on Roger Ledwell's debate where he was raising money for a charity.
Oh, where I cast the live.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good.
I got him on Rumble and YouTube.
And then FTFE was reviewing their review.
Yeah, I'll try to jump in. Yep.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Is it the same username on here?
Yeah, you can click there to get my channel.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, no, don't trust Whitey.
Yeah.
We'll see.
All right, guys.
We'll see,
Everybody,
man.
thanks for coming up tonight. I want to remind everybody and thank everybody for coming into the chat tonight. Remember to like, share, subscribe. Be sure you're subbed to my backup channel, and as well as my Rumble channel. Links can be found on my page. They're also going across the bottom.
All right, I'll call it. Cut that off there. But I don't know if I can find it. Yeah, I did find it really interesting when it came to that debate. Just quickly, let's talk about the radar horizons. But you can easily go on quite easily and quickly and just find out about the radar horizon thing. Radar from here. Here's the radar horizon. Fly below the radar. Radar goes up. And from here, it goes up to here. See anything in this area here, going further out, they'll see it. And this is why, as you guys would all know, is that that's what they have from the planes. They can have, see higher up, you can see over top of stuff. Obviously, weather and shit can be in the way, but ground clutter and shadowing, which these guys below here, because you can't see it because that's in the way, but yeah. And they couldn't understand the shit. Yeah, it must have been, I think it must have been Flatzoid had, I think he drew something out or some shit, so. Yeah. All right. Well, that was Roger. That was SCUM talking about Charlie Kirk and denying that it ever happened. He doesn't think he was shot, and then obviously a bunch of anti-Semitic shit in there, and then just a bunch of other derp. And yeah, it was quite crazy. And then they're trying to bring up something that somebody called Charlie somewhere else, and somehow means something. It's just fucking stupidity. Yeah, you want to flat so he's trying. Yeah, that's gonna have to. You're gonna have to probably go on there and get it there, buddy. Are you gonna check out FTFE's review of it, because you might find it there, or you gotta have to go on and to Flatzoid's Kit channel, where he had, I think it was his Flat Earth Friday done, but he's done it on a Thursday because he wasn't able to do it. Because he wasn't able to do it on Friday. Had something going up or something like that. So you'd be interested to see what Flatzoid said after that that debate. I bet he's in there freaking stroking his ego, thinking he's done so good. I don't know if I can find it for you here real quick. I'm trying to load it up here.
everybody, and welcome to tonight's Flat Earth Thursday, because tonight we cannot.
Trying to see if I can scrub through it real quick, see if I can find it, but I don't know if I can find Flatzoids. I think it was a little bit on in the debate, to be honest. Maybe it wasn't on this one. That would be this one here. 2 weeks ago, analyzing Roger Ledwell's debate, truth or error. Where was it? Come on. Oh, hold on. I think I found it. Hold on here. Hold on. I want it now. I just seen it. I just seen it here. There it is. 138. Yeah, unfornicated. I found the Thursday stream. Thanks, but yeah, it wasn't that one unfornicated. It was reviewing the debate. And you're looking for this one here. Yeah, I'm about ready to go off here in a second here, Calder. Here, I'll bring it up for. Oh, what am I on? There we are. Sorry. There you are. Unfornicated. So it's on his analyzing Roger Ledwell's debate, and it's at 139.05. That's not the good one though. Oh, isn't it? I just thought Real Cygnus, I just thought that maybe Dana would probably do better with the original one instead of the one where Craig is doing the review of this review of Craig's debate. Because we want this image here, don't we? So yeah. See, he thinks it stops there. Really stupid. Fucking like just it's stupid. Timestamp is too oh, is it 2? I thought you were talking that one there you put up. Oh. But you know what it is? I listened, well, a part of this debate I listened to on just on my headphones, so I wasn't looking at the screen. So I'd seen the other one at 139, but I didn't fucking see this one. Holy shit. So, the hell? What the hell? It's even worse. This is pretty. What the hell? Shit. Is he fucking serious? I didn't even remember this one.
Okay. Let's say we've got a ship, and the ship has a mast, and then it's also got different receivers on antennas or whatever, and they angle at specific beams.
Everybody remember, this is a freaking car painter who thinks out of work car painter, unless he's got found himself a new job, thinking he knows how fucking radar works.
So let's, for instance, say this one is angled this way. Okay, you see, because remember, it can only open so far, the beam. So if someone's traveling here, they're going to be flying under the radar. You understand?
Right.
So let's take another one. Let's take another, and we say this one is angled like this. You see? It's not going to pick up anything here.
The fuck? No. That's not how radar works.
That's exactly how the angles work on the radar. It's not got anything to do with Earth curve. It's literally just got to do with the angle of the radar. Because the beam can only be so wide. You can only get the beam so wide.
So he thinks that like they would have one shooting up in the eye and one shooting down and then have nothing in between here? What the fuck? No.
Wide. Can only get it so wide. And the inverse square law of light, we said, what happens with signal when it gets further and further away?
It's only angle and angle.
So it has a range to it. So if you're on a Navy ship, they have radar aimed at all different. It's going to.
Oh fucking hell! Have fun with that one there, Dano. That should be fun. Yeah, I mean, he's got it so wrong on so many different levels. I mean, where do you start? I'm not even a radar guy, right? I know very, very basic stuff about radar, and obviously I know radar is electromagnetic wave. It's shot out. Kind of think of like a flashlight with a beam of light goes out and it widens out, right? And obviously depends on the flashlight is the same thing. I have a flashlight, I have a thing, I slide on it, and if you slide it all the way out, it goes really tight. If I slide all the way back, it makes the beam really wide. So it all depends on the dish and like that, and how you can make it as wide as you want. You can make the radar go straight up and go straight out, and you can go right up and down and shoot out. It'd be pretty nice, accurate. If I'm more closer, then you can have probably get better signal come back. You can have a more intenser signal, but you can have a wider. Depends what you want to use it for, right? Yeah, as Real Cygnus said, range would be only a matter of how of power if Earth's flat. Exactly. Yeah. Was it in front of case? Yeah. And What is the range? Why is it 40 miles at sea level and 350 miles at 25,000 feet target? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. What's like wasn't a story about when the U.S. was doing their missile defense, their whole like dome thing, Star Wars dome thing way back in the 80s, and they had the radar going, and then they had an alert that a incoming object was coming over the horizon, and they all started panicking until they realized that the object is 250,000 miles away, and it was a fucking moon. That they detected it coming over the horizon, and first they thought something was coming up, like there was an attack. They realized it was the moon, but because it's above the horizon, it was shoot that radar is go fucking out and ended up freaking bouncing back, and they ended up detecting the moon. I think that was a bit of a funny one there, but yeah, I mean, shit. Unbelievable, bro. Hey, man, bro. $160 to honor Witless. Oh, I can't see that. You should show I don't know if you want to show off, because always something like this. A scary story about a nuclear attack, false alarm was triggered by the moon. In the 1960s, a high-tech U.S. radar system detected a massive Soviet missile launch, except it wasn't real. It was the moon. Discovered how the Cold War radar glitch caused a nuclear attack false alarm. They actually detected the fucking moon coming over the horizon and thought it was a nuclear attack until they realized it was fucking like 250,000 miles away. They went, hold on, wait a minute, that makes no fucking sense. Oh shit. Setting that up. Yeah, wait. One thing is computer systems reporting that the missile was only 2,175 miles away, which didn't match the actual launch sites. Worse, the computer couldn't generate an impact prediction and where exactly where the missiles were supposed to hit. Was baffling. All U.S. intelligence estimated the Soviet Union only had 4 operational ICBMs, and yet the radar was claiming there was thousands. Do you want the link to this site here? Oh, come on. Sure, it said something like it was drop a few. There's another one. I'm sure there's another one I've seen. Wording. I was looking to see here if it gave a distance here. I mean, that one there said a few thousand miles. Radar was built. Greenland provided early. Short flight. The plan one. I'm flying measurements of distance. Yeah. There's quite a few different ones, but yeah, it's I just thought that was kind of a funny thing that the moon nearly caused a freaking nuclear war because they NORAD detected an incoming missile launch. All right. I'm just fucking around now. Okay. Right. Oh, well, yeah. So, have fun with that one there, Dano. That was fun. So, always fun watching the Picasso getting absolutely demolished. But it is 2:30 in the morning. I need to get up in a few hours here, so I'm gonna probably call it here. And yeah, thanks everybody for joining me when we looked at Psalm. Show what a real piece of shit he really is. Not only is he a flat earther, but he also denies everything else, as well as a good Christian man who life was taken way too short, way too early. So, and that was just sad. So, fucking, you need to talk about that shit. But I just wanted to debunk that. I wanted to get that out there. Hopefully, people see this, see a bit of the stuff that I found. I'm more on the fly. I wish I had done more research into it, but I haven't had time. So that was a on the fly reaction and debunking and looking into a bit of stuff. But right, I'm gonna call it there. Thanks everybody. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Click the like button if you haven't already, and hit the bell icons to let me know I'll put more videos or on live stream and stuff like that. And remember people, Earth is definitely a globe. Space is real. But don't forget to stay curious, and I will see you all again. Thanks for coming.
NASA lies, yeah, that's what I say. Don't have proof or facts in any way. I claim the moon's made of plasma, a place no one can go. The Apollo program's a scam, I can't back it up though. They talk about the ISS is floating in space. You ask me in a pool, I'd say is the case. Satelloons in the sky held up by helium balloons. But bro, that's just a lie, cause that's what all bitches do. NASA lies is something I'll never prove. No facts, no evidence, debates I will lose. They say they've been to the moon, I say it's not the truth. I see truth in no way, I hate MC2 when he shows me proof. The firmament is real, a dome up above, but I'll never prove it, so lost that I'm dumb. I know the world is flat, trust your sense of sight. Saying gravity's just a theory is why I'm up at night. NASA is phony like a show or movie, fake like some stage. Truman Show child's play, it's just but suck at this game. Because I'm just a dick with only my stupid self to blame. But I'm so fucking sure that the earth is flat, based on how I feel with my pop-up flare. Swear my blind faith is what keeps it real. NASA NASA lies is something I'll never prove. No facts, no evidence, debates I will lose. They say they've been to the moon, I say it's not the truth. I see truth in no way, I hate MC Toon when he shows me proof. Asking the wrong questions, my beliefs are all faith-based. I can't see the fucking answers right in front of my face. Stanley Kubrick is mentioned every single goddamn time. Somehow he filmed it without nobody dropping a dime. The firmament is a dome, it keeps water in the sky. But when you ask me to prove it, I can't know why. NASA in Hebrew, it means to lie or deceive. My flirt priest told me and blindly I believe. NASA lies is something I'll never prove. No facts, no evidence, debates I will lose. They say they've been to the moon, I say it's not the truth. I see truth in no way, I hate MC Toon when he shows me proof. Spreading misinformation and lies willfully, so proud. Like Nathan Thompson yelling at strangers so loud. NASA's lies, people's space is fake and Earth isn't round. Oh shit, the fathers and husbands stop me into the ground.
Asking the wrong questions, my beliefs are all faith-based. I can't see the fucking answers right in front of my face. Stanley Kubrick is mentioned every single goddamn time. Somehow he filmed it without nobody dropping a dime.
The firmament is a dome, it keeps water in the sky. But when you ask me to prove it, I can't. Why? NASA in Hebrew, it means to lie or deceive. My flirt priest told me and blindly I believe. NASA lies is something I'll never prove. No facts, no evidence, debates I will lose. They say they've been to the moon, I say it's not the truth. I see truth in no way, I hate MC Toon when he shows me proof. Spreading misinformation and lies willfully so proud. Like Nathan Thompson yelling at strangers so loud. NASA's lies, people's space is fake and Earth isn't loud. Oh shit, the fathers and husbands stop me into the crowd.